Okay.
Gotta do what you do on TV.
Okay, we're live.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. This is a hybrid meeting. The board is meeting in person. We have Mary Ann Sessions, Doug Hahn, Ed Marin, the village, and Sarah manning the gate. Michael Valfuco is sitting in, Michael Smith, Dan McGillicuddy, Caesar Manfredi, Chair, and Kevin Thurman. Sarah, we okay with taxes?
Yes.
Did everybody get a chance to see the minutes that were distributed by Sarah?
I didn't receive any corrections yet.
I did, but I wasn't present at the meeting,
Okay.
so I don't know if
I usually do pretty carefully and I didn't get a chance to hear.
So we shouldn't vote.
The ones you just stacked? No.
We'll have to carry it over to next month, Susan.
Okay,
Because I usually have this sense.
okay, good. All right, the minutes will not be approved this evening because they have not been thoroughly reviewed just yet. So that's a carryover to next month. Now, the order of presentation tonight. Number 1 is 12 Maple Street. Number 2 is 8 Palliser. Number 3 is 1 Hudson Road West. No, no, that's number 5. Sorry, looked like a 3.
At the top.
Yep. Number 3 is 58 Manapon. 4 is 23 Madison Park. 5 is 1 Hudson Road West. 6 is Castle Road. 7 is 49 Field Terrace. Glasses are fogging up again. Somebody tell me where 8 is. 8 is that's about 39 Madison Park. 9 is 39 Fargo Lane, and 10 is 50 Half Moon Lane. All right, number 1. 12 Maple Street, that's 20, 21, 31. So do we have an applicant up?
Yes, we do.
Caesar, I need to recuse myself from this one.
Kevin Thurman is recusing himself on 12 Maple.
Eva, you're on mute.
All right. Is this good?
Oh, wait.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What number is 8 Palliser?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're looking for 12 Palliser.
No, we're looking at 12 Maple.
12 Maple, I'm sorry, 12 Maple.
I didn't think she was on this one.
Okay.
It's Michael.
Eva, we're gonna put you off for a few minutes.
You're down the road a little bit. You're next.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can, Michael.
We can't see.
Sure, that makes sense. I'll just turn on the camera. Okay, thank you all for putting this together. At our last hearing, there were just a few things that were outstanding. We needed to provide some additional data on the trees, the species and caliper. And there were some questions about protecting one tree in particular regarding how earth-moving equipment might come and go on the site. And we made the changes on the drawing to address the questions about the trees. We received comments from Han Engineering, I guess yesterday, stating that they seem satisfied with all of that. They did have one comment that there were some minor changes on the coverage. The coverage actually improved from what was originally submitted, but those coverage changes hadn't been reflected on the worksheet in the application, which was an oversight on our part. Apologies, and so we're updating that worksheet, but again, the overall situation is improving, not degrading, so we don't really think there's an issue there. That was the only thing on Han's comments. Aside from that, I think they noted that they were okay with the project, or at least that they did not have objections. And if you like, I can address the issues that the board brought up last time regarding how equipment can come and go on the site without damaging the trees. I guess if you'd like me to do that, I should probably share my screen, if that's okay.
Yeah, try it.
All right, so I'll try to do that. Are you seeing my drawing?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're seeing the drawing okay?
Yes.
The little
Okay,
blue box.
Okay, so if you can see my cursor, this is the main existing driveway to the site. The driveway is basically two concrete pads, for wheel treads, and with dirt in the center, and so this will be the access for the equipment. The proposed equipment is is relatively small. It's we met with the contractor on site to verify all of this, and he proposes to use a John Deere rubber tread compact loader that, according to the specs, is 5 foot 5 inches wide. And weighs approximately 3 tons. So it's a very small piece of equipment, and it'll be coming in one time using the concrete treads of the existing driveway.
The axles are not smaller than the concrete treads, are they?
Excuse me?
Is the axle width the same size, will it fit on the concrete?
Yes, well, you can see on the drawing where I've highlighted the 6 foot dimension there. So it'll come right down this driveway, and it just clears with a few inches on this side. Over on the right side, that double wall is just a curb, but the treads will fit within there. And he was on site to verify all this. He was fine with it. And then it'll proceed into the back, and he said that they intend to just bring it in one time and then do all the work in the back area where they're demolishing and removing all this stuff. As far as removal of the slab and any earth materials, they can push those out and load them into trucks on this rear driveway here. So the earth mover won't necessarily proceed down into the driveway, but they can back up the truck. It's about a 30-inch drop from this area to the driveway, so it's really perfect for the small loader to dump the materials into the truck, and then it's like right out into the street. We're calling for a pad here and also one at the other end. So, it's just fortunate that this all lines up and works very easily. This is where all the stuff is coming out right down here, so it's quite easy to just take that and load it in there. I can.
That's a tree right in the middle. That's the one with the tree protection.
This tree? Yeah, there's a tree. There's a tree there. But basically, we're just removing these materials that are already on top of the tree and opening it up.
With that little thing running around, it's not going to run over those roots. You got that protected.
I think basically he can take the loader and he'll be just lifting this walkway off of it as much as gently as he can, and then loading it off.
Tree protected.
The tree's protected, and and so they'll probably be cracking this up and then just removing it as gently as they can. The loader will be primarily in this area here, and then just very limited participation inside here to remove this walk. and then load it into a dump truck over here. So that's the plan. If you're interested, I can show you photographs here. I think I have, let me pull that up. Okay, so this is the concrete pad facing the street. This is a removable trash can hut, so that'll come out of the way. And then the distance between the building and the and so here you can see the pads coming down once you're past all that.
Go back to your first picture. That tree gonna be protected?
Well, basically, this driveway already runs, there's no excavation going on here. This small loader is going to come in on this road, which is already a driveway, on the concrete pads, and it's going to come in one time. It weighs about 3 tons, as much as a large car. It'll come in once, it'll do all the work in the back, and then it'll exit once. And so basically, we don't feel like the tree is really in any jeopardy. It's already underneath this protected area with the concrete pad over it. Excuse my voice.
I guess the answer is no, it's not protected.
Right, we're not, I mean, we could easily protect it if you want up to this walkway, but there's nothing proposed to invade that area.
Guys running around with a piece of equipment, it'd be nice if he didn't run around over the roots.
Right.
We're gonna put it on Tom's plan.
Okay,
We just thought.
it's gonna be on the plans that you have to protect that tree.
Okay, that's no problem at all. I guess the only reason we weren't showing protection is because we didn't think we were going to be coming really anywhere near the tree, but we'll be
Now,
glad
you
to
know,
protect it.
You're gonna be running around these.
What do you want?
So, Michael, all excavated materials will be removed from the garage driveway, not the concrete path will be put in your resolution.
That, right, and I think that's on our drawings. Yeah, that's the plan. So again, there's no real work going up there. We're not transporting any materials. It's simply the entry point for the machine. It rolls through here one time and then rolls out one time with no load. But it's no problem to protect this tree. We'll be happy to do that.
Why don't you pull up, I think you might have already had a note on the plan about that.
I'm sorry, it's very hard to hear what you're saying sometimes.
So it's now, can you just check your plan? I think it was on there already.
Let me check it.
I think so.
Yeah, it just says, provide this leader to the back. This is a rear driveway. Construction materials will be brought in and removed. Portion, this is the area where all materials will be brought in and removed. I guess it could be a little bit more explicit than that.
And there is tree protection on that tree. So Caesar, essentially they'll have to remove it, but they're not allowed within the drip line of the tree, so.
But some guy's gonna be driving his excavator around and he's probably gonna hit the tree,
Yeah, I think what Mike was saying also is that it's being used for vehicular use now as it is, so the loading's already there.
No, I'm
Tree
talking about
experience.
the excavator. He's gonna be moving that machine around and he's gonna be looking for the right angle and he's more than likely probably even gonna hit the tree.
You're talking about the rear tree or the front tree?
The rear tree, where you're taking the slab away.
Right. So, I mean, that tree is shown with protection now. Clearly, we can't remove that slab because it's under the protection. So at some point, they'll have to pull the protection back, remove that slab carefully, and then put the protection back in place.
I'd be shocked if he didn't hit the tree. Okay. Try to protect it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if it's a concrete walk over the tree roots that we're removing, so we'll make sure that that's done carefully, and I'm not sure what else, what else we can do there. We're certainly happy to, to do everything we can to protect that tree.
Very good.
Okay,
You could
great.
have, remove my hand within the drip line or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we'll certainly want to break up that area that's under the drip line, by hand, and then just load it into the front loader and boom into the truck over here. And I think that's going to make the most sense.
Okay.
Um,
Good.
uh, Great. Are there any other questions or anything I can
We'll see.
point out?
Call the board. Mike B.
No questions.
Smith.
No questions.
Yeah,
No questions.
no further questions. Sarah, anything from the public?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
Mary Ann, do we have a resolution there?
Whereas in August 2021, Robert Teresa Forrester applied for site development plan approval to construct a two-story addition to their house at 12 Maple Street, which is located in the Bee Preservation District. And was on and reviewed the plans, and then a memorandum dated August 3rd listed a number of items which were addressed in a subsequent submission. And whereas Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made several recommendations, which were all addressed in a subsequent submission. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on August 4th and September 1st, 2021. And whereas the proposed improvements would not impact the view of the Hudson River from neighboring properties, and was a type 2 action under SUPRA and therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled modifications to 12 Maple Street, and I detail the sheets. Michael Lewis Architects, and subject to complying with the one item in Tom's memorandum dated August 27th, 2021.
A motion to approve the resolution? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Make a note that, the second note that Kevin Thurman recused himself on this, and his signature will not appear. Number 2.
Thank you very much.
Hauser. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, thank you very much.
So long.
Number 2, 8 Palliser, 2021-30. You gotta unmute, Eva.
Hello? Hi. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi. Hello. My name is Eva Buhasra. I'm the architect for Mr. Searle and Ms. Rudenstein for 8 Palliser Road. And the house is behind me, as you can see. The proposed application has to do with the extension of the existing deck in the backyard. I will share my screen so that I can refer to some of the documents we have. This is our second planning board meeting, and last time we presented the fact that we would like to take this existing deck and extend it to be a slightly larger deck. It's not a very big deck, and now it's about twice in size. We have last time, which was the August meeting, we have received comments from Han Engineering, and we had about 12 comments, and we addressed all of these comments. I can go over them in detail, or I can just basically say that some comments were about clarifying the coverage, limits of construction, suggestions or requirements, what material should be placed below this deck. We had some questions regarding a silt fence and the trees, which there are no trees in this construction area, clarifying the utilities, and notes regarding possible unforeseen situations. So we have addressed all of these comments and received a copy of a letter from Han Engineering pertinent to this meeting. And as you can see, they have no further comments or objections. We all know that the project is in excess, the proposed coverage is in excess of the allowable coverage, and therefore this change requires a zoning variance. And other than that, there were no other requests from the last meeting that would specifically need to be readdressed. Basically, that's all we have.
Anybody, and we're okay with the coverage calculations? I see a note, my notes here. You had to clarify the coverage, it's fine.
Yes.
And you've seen all the responses that. Doug,
Yep.
Any comments from the board? Mike B?
No comments.
No comment. No comment from Susan? No. Sarah, anything from the public?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody has their hand raised.
Mary Ann, do we have a resolution of approval?
Whereas in August 2021, William Searle and Margaret Rudenstein applied for site development plan approval to enlarge the deck on their house at 8 Palliser Road. Whereas the proposed deck requires a variance for coverage from zoning board of appeals. And whereas Hunt reviewed the plans and then memorandum dated August 3rd listed a number of issues which were all addressed in the subsequent submission. And where Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made one recommendation to comply with in the subsequent submission. And was the planning board held a public hearing on the application on August 4th and September 1st. And whereas the actions of type 2 action under the State Environmental Quality Improvement Act and the required for environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved, the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Searle and Rudenstein Residence, which is designated, prepared by Uva Sierra Architect, subject to receiving the coverage variance from the zoning board of appeals.
You have a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
A second.
Have a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 3 is.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I meant to say this before, the directors didn't have to travel in the rain tonight. We
Yeah.
did.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
I get some silver lining in this hybrid system you have.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much.
You are, it's not raining.
That's the background.
Look at the background, it's
So
so
very
nice.
nice too.
Rainy day.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
The next item, number 3, is 58 Manapon Lane, and that's 2021-34.
Yeah, but she's.
Oh, yeah.
Not out.
Yeah.
Sarah, do we have an applicant for?
If you're here representing 58 Manapon Lane, can you please hit the raise hand button?
Brian Fowler. is the architect. See him?
Marianne, how are we working it out that somebody's gonna pick up these approvals?
We'll send them some.
Sarah Mill.
Well, for all those that already were on, you might be gone, they're gonna get now the approvals for those coming up, the same will be done. Sarah, nobody for 58?
He's here. I'm clicking promote panelists, but
Okay.
he's not responding. And it looks like he disappeared.
Let's give 1 second, he might be
Rebooting.
rebooting.
Right. Move my hand. Definitely.
In the video.
Mr. Crowley, can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties on my end. I'm not sure what's happening. I've been kicked out of this Zoom meeting 3 times already. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brian Crowley with BCA. I'm here representing clients Omar and Ami Saeed, recent homeowners of 58 Manor Pond. And we are here in front of you tonight. The first step to resolve a violation order that was issued after the recent construction of a stone and railroad tie wooden staircase that goes down to the lower portion of their property. It was constructed without permit, violation was issued. We're here trying to resolve the issue for you. So if I am presenter, I don't see the presentation on the screen. I have to present myself, or do you have it queued up and I'm to present what you guys have?
Screen.
Share screen.
It'll be share screen tonight.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll share my screen. Gotcha. Okay. So I think for the board to properly understand what's going on, it'd be beneficial to go through some images first of the property so they can kind of understand what's going on. This here, if everyone can see my screen, this is the walkway in question. So here's the property line, and this is the recently built walkway that the violation issue was ordered for. And severely steep slope, the entire rear yard. I'll show you on a survey in a moment. The majority of the rear yard is in the Cyrus Field Road buffer, but this is the staircase that started this. And then while we are in front of you, it was suggested that we also apply for a fence replacement. So all of this wooden fencing that you see along the perimeter is being proposed to be replaced in kind with a new wooden fencing along the rear of the property, and then a couple pieces of vinyl section just to tie in the side yards, if you will. So that's the backyard. This shed right here in the backyard, this is an undocumented illegal structure. So the homeowners are just going to remove it completely. Staircase again. Existing staircase that was already on the property, that's also on the survey. couple more images. This is the shed being removed, and you can see here the house is on top of the hill, severely steep slopes all the way down to the rear of the property, essentially. Yep. Okay. So hopefully that gives a little bit of context to what we're trying to do. And now I can show you our package. Pardon me, bear with me for a moment.
When all is said and done, is there anything left in the buffer?
Is there anything, yes, the buffer will essentially be untouched. The shed is the only thing that currently lies in the buffer. To my understanding, it was illegally constructed. It was inherited when they purchased the property, so now they're aware of it. They're just going to tear it down and raise it to the ground.
And the walkways are not in the buffer? I thought I saw
No,
a place
sir.
that way down.
Yep, here, I'll show you. So here is our site plan. So some of the stone walls, existing stone walls, are in the buffer. This here is the newly constructed. So we are well outside of the 75-foot buffer from Cyrus Fields, although the corner of the landing is.
Excuse me, if your cursor is meant for us to be looking at a picture, we're not.
Oh, you don't see my screen? Oh, I'm sorry. Which screen are you guys looking at? You're looking at this one. Okay.
Looking at
Yeah, you're looking at my file structure. I'm just trying to figure out how to present this other set of drawings. New share. Here we go. All right. All right. Do you see the site plan now?
Yes.
All right, very good. So this staircase here that my cursor is hovering over, this is the staircase in question. And as you can see, the landing of it essentially sits, oops, excuse me. The landing of it essentially sits on the property line. So I assume there's one of two options. Leave it as is and go down the road of requesting a variance for the 4-foot buffer. Or what I would.
Give me a second. While our cell phones just went off.
It's just.
Emergency alert, so we missed some of what you said.
Okay,
Sorry.
quite all right.
It was an emergency.
So, yes, staircase in question, the landing essentially sits on the property line. So I imagine there's two courses of action. One, if it's allowable with the planning board, go down the road of seeking the variance for the side yard, or what I'm going to propose to the homeowners is just modify what's there. This is a split rail section. This little area, I can show you in a photo, should be easily enough modified to where they can adjust the landing, respect the 4-foot side yard buffer, and a variance should not be required, I imagine. And then again, just for a little more context, new share.
Hold that thought for a minute,
Yes, sir,
if you can hear me.
I can.
He still hasn't, he just presented an option.
I
Yeah,
know.
so he'd have to come back next month. I mean.
Oh, no, I mean, we received comments from Han. I do have a question in regards to one of them as it relates to the proposed variances. But just so the board can understand what we're talking about, the other, you know,
Don't
two-
lose that site plan. You had said that you can either leave the path where it is and get a variance, or move it so you don't have to get a variance.
yes, sir.
We don't like to approve anything where there's a pending decision. So you need to decide what you're gonna do.
Oh, no, I mean, based on Han's comments, I was under the impression we were coming back here next month. So I need to go, I was not aware that we had this issue until I received Han comments yesterday. I have not had a chance to discuss these options with the homeowners. So when we come back next month, we'll have a clear plan as to which one they want to do. Go down the road of trying to get a variance, or just modify what's there, which I don't think should be that difficult, and it should be okay.
Your decision. But you need to know that, we need to know what the final decision is. We're not gonna approve something where there's two options.
I totally understand. I was not expecting approval tonight anyway. I'm simply just trying to explain what we have. So everybody, it's kind of tough to tell with this particular package what the issues are. So next month when it comes back, we're either going to be going down the road of requesting the variance, or I'm going to propose to modify the existing staircase so a variance is no longer needed. The one comment I did receive from Han we have 11 of them, 11 comments in total. Yes, 11 comments. There's one comment that I do have one question about. Everything else seemed relatively straightforward and they'll be addressed in kind. But the one comment from Han that I do have would be this one. Number 2, the site's located in the Legend Hollow subdivision. As a result, the allowable coverage per the original subdivision approval is 4,800 square feet. When I was just looking up the zoning analysis, when I was doing the zoning analysis for the property, my number was different and less. So in my write-up, I was under the impression that we needed to have a lot coverage variance as well. If what Han's comment here is saying is fact, then that's no longer an issue. I just wanted to confirm that with the board and with Doug is there.
Confirm it's 4,800.
It's 4,800. That was on the original approval of the whole Legend House subdivision.
Right.
The lot
Yeah, no.
size for each lot.
I was just going off the F-140 and doing the standard stuff. So if we're good with 48 and I can use that value, then that's all I need to know. And
There's
then
a secondary coverage, which is part of the subdivision approval. That supersedes our coverage. So you may meet our coverage, but not meet the subdivision coverage. And the
I think-
subdivision coverage is,
Well, we meet the subdivision
Oh.
coverage. which is
Yeah,
4,800.
it's actually the other way around. We don't meet the standard coverage, but apparently we do meet the subdivision. So I guess we don't have an issue as far as coverage goes. It's really just the 4
Well, maybe-
foot. Yes. And then the other one, other stuff is minor, just, drafting housekeeping. No real comments with any of that. A couple standard details for the fencing that's being proposed. I do have some product literature from the fencing company we can include in the plan. That's not a problem. We did not receive any comments from the landscape architect, but there was one in Han that alluded to what I assume was already going to be the case, that the single trees with a diameter of 8 inches or more need to be shown on the plan. So the surveyor is coming back out to the property. They will locate those trees, I believe, because they're in the Cyrus Field buffer. Everything with like a 3-inch diameter needs to be located within the buffer. So essentially the surveyor is going to come out and locate all the trees more or less on the property because the entire rear yard is almost in the Cyrus Field buffer. Aside from that, that's essentially the presentation. Happy to, by the time we come back here next month, we will have clear direction on whether we want to go for a variance for the existing walkway or if we're going to modify to keep it. If we modify it, then I don't believe any variances are required. And once we have your approval, I believe we can just get a building permit to legalize the entire thing. But that's the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions any of the board members, anybody else may have.
the previously constructed and what they want, how much is there, do they need a coverage variance from us?
No,
No.
no, everything's fine. They're missing a small portion of a patio in their coverage calculation.
Yep.
The subdivision allows for 4,800
Okay.
square feet of coverage, so it's just cleanup.
And when everything is said and done, there'll be nothing in the buffer.
Right, but there's nothing in the buffer, right, once they take the shed down.
Yeah, nothing in the buffer. It's just the 4-foot side yard setback for the walkway. And I'm going to suggest to my clients that we just modify it to make it respect the 4-foot side yard setback, and no variance should be required for anything, as far as I know.
Mike B,
No comments.
Mike,
No questions.
and
No questions.
no problem.
No questions.
Sarah, anything from the public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward to seeing you next month with a decision on the walkway. To be or not to be there.
Yep, very good. Thank you for your time, everyone. Have a nice night.
Thank you. All right, next for is 23 Matheson Park. That's 2021-32.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Sullivan. I'm here to present this project on the behalf of the Callahans. I will share my screen. All right. This project is a addition of a chase for a prefabricated fireplace. This is the area on the site plan where it is in red. The plan of the fireplace is all of the chase is outside the house's exterior wall. It's going to be insulated. It's about 3 feet by 8 feet. It decreases in size as it gets up, and we've gotten previous approval for removal of the windows from the ARB. It is suspended. It doesn't touch the ground. It's over an areaway. These are windows for the basement. This is a stair down. This is a picture of the existing house. This is where the chimney will go. It'll be some, equal distance from the gable. It'll be mimic the shape of this. This is the areaway. It'll suspend out. This is 5 feet. I had it in my drawings as 3, so I changed that so it won't extend past the wall. And I have a correction to make. In receiving Han's comments, they mentioned the coverage, and this property had been an application in 2007 for coverage. These are the pertinent pieces from the approved drawings. So when Han's comment said that coverage was exceeded, there was an approval. The allowance is allowable coverage is 4,955 square feet. The approved was 5,765.14 feet. And so we are still going over 20%, and the percentages work out the same that he mentions. But it was, I don't know how this gets compared. We're in relationship to the existing coverage or what was approved. I hope you find it a modest addition to the house. It's not occupiable space. It's attached to the house. I would like any questions on the presentation and on the project.
It's actually a very small increase in coverage percentage-wise over the existing.
It is. It's a very small amount, yes.
Caesar, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Kathy, my experience just.
Hello again.
You don't mean a 20% increase, you mean a 20-foot increase in coverage, right?
A 20 square feet increase, yes.
Okay, I thought I heard you say 20%. Okay, I thought it was 20 square. She did, yeah, okay, it's 20 feet, okay.
Well, that's where I was going.
Yeah, I know.
The percentage increase over the existing is less than 1%, if I remember.
That's correct, 0.3. 0.03, yeah, 0.3.
Okay.
And it was kind of a tricky thing to, I mean, it is an increase within the exterior walls, but it's not really occupiable space. So it was hard to sort out how I had to treat it in the code, but I think Han pointed me in the right direction talking about coverage. So I hope you find it to be a modest addition, not very obtrusive.
Yes, I think we did. Mary Ann, do we have a resolution on this?
Yeah.
Let me get any comments. Mike, you have, Mike B?
No questions.
Mike,
No comments.
and
No questions.
B, no comment.
Nothing for me.
Sarah, anything from the public?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
Mary Ann, do we have a resolution?
Whereas in August 2021, Sharon and Chris Callahan applied for site development plan approval to build an interior fireplace requiring a 20 square foot chimney addition to their house at 23 Anderson Park, which lies in the Youth Preservation District. And whereas the existing house exceeds permitted coverage, thus requiring a variance from the zoning board of appeals for the addition. And whereas Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in the memorandum dated August 27th, found no engineering issues with the proposal. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on September 1st. And the proposed improvements would not impact the view of the Hudson River neighboring property. And whereas the action is a type 2 action under secret and the report requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved, that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled renovations shown in Chris Callahan. Sheets are designated all prepared by Trio Architecture, subject to 1, receiving a coverage variance from the ZBA, and 2, complying with the items in Han's August 30th, 2021.
We have a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Pass that.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
very
your time.
much.
Take care. Thank you.
Your client, fireplace.
I hope so
Get to be
too.
with-
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Goodbye now. Thank you.
Next is number 5 is 1 Hudson Road West. That would be 2021-29.
Hello, John Malone, representing the Roberts for the project at 1 Hudson Road West. We received comments last month, which I think most of them we've addressed. We've revised coverage calculations and picked up some, additional information that was requested associated with the civil work. We've moved certain items outside of the Broadway buffer and sort of clarified the tree removal and the planting, which was a big piece of it. I think the comments that we recently received from Han are limited to the variances that need to be requested for the pool, and then a single comment from Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape architect, about how to improve the buffering along Broadway, the proposed buffering. So Caesar, I would ask you, I'll go wherever you want to go. If you want to review that, or do you want to review any other items? Let me know which way you'd like me to proceed.
Now, the big item is the pool is still in the buffer, in the Broadway buffer.
Right.
I don't see, you didn't present any compelling reason why you didn't move it. There's plenty of space, appears to be plenty of space. You mentioned there was some shrubs that if they moved it to the west, the shrubs would have to come out. But certainly there's enough room to move that pool around so it's not in the buffer.
I think our understanding of we could potentially move the pool out of the Broadway buffer. You're correct. I think what our client would like to do is request that variance from the zoning board. There are examples of other pools, especially the one just adjacent to it, which is entirely within the buffer, the house just to the north. Again, we think that the location.
Before the buffer,
I'm sorry, what was that, Caesar? I lost you. I'm sorry.
was the pool next door before the buffer existed?
No, it's more recent than that.
I wasn't here.
We have,
I think you can move the pool. There's no compelling reason why you can't. At least you didn't present the compelling reason why you can't move.
So just to be, I can share screen briefly. John,
if it doesn't have anything to do with a compelling reason.
Well, no, I'm just trying to let you know why the location of the pool was preferred and what other things were limiting that location. So again, the pool location, there's 4 front yards associated with it. So this back corner where we've located it is, this back corner where we've located it is behind what we're considering the rear. This is the rear yard here. So it sort of limits the location of the pool, if that's the interpretation, to this line along here.
John, you need to enlarge it.
Can you enlarge
Sorry.
that? Can you enlarge that?
Yep, I hear you.
Even more.
Right. So I think I understand what you mean. The pool could potentially slide further to the left on this page, which would be further to the west. Right now, the client believes that the impact on the Broadway buffer is so de minimis and the area is so well screened that they want to review that and request a variance for that condition rather than move it further closer to the house in that direction. There's other construction in that area, the AC units and other things that would make moving it further to the west more problematic. So I think that's kind of where we are on that piece.
You won't get it. I'll hold the board here about the pool. Before I do that, and so we can poll the board on other topics such as you still have the pool equipment in the need the variance for the pool equipment. You didn't move it.
Right. I think again, this is, the client's wish that they believe that the pool equipment on the other side of this existing wood pergola is the right location for it. In terms of its relationship to the adjacent house, that's already an AC farm associated with that house. And it's a, we don't believe that it would have impact to that side. So again, the variance request for it outside of the pool setback is minimal, and the fact that we are going to the zoning board to request other items, the owner would like to request that as a preferred location and sort of discuss the specifics of the pros and cons of that and the impact and whether there's any real significant impact that would make a variance impossible there.
Did you cover the issue of noise other than the fact that there's air conditioning on the property?
We can provide cut sheets and sound transmission stuff on the specific equipment. We did not include that at this point. No, we haven't.
The third thing is coverage, at least in my notes. The coverage generated by the undocumented installations adds to the overall increase in coverage that's beyond code. So you're looking for a variance not only for the new stuff, but a variance for stuff that was undocumented, which brings up the request for a larger coverage variance than you would need if you took out the undocumented. Why are we leaving the undocumented in and requesting such a large coverage variance?
Again, I think it has to do with the specific impact of the undocumented work. What we are doing with the undocumented work, which is mostly in this area, it's related to a garden. It looked like the garden was older than the most recent approval for the one-story frame addition here. So I'm not sure how it was not included in that earlier submission because the law had already. What's that? I'm sorry.
It was not shown on their survey that they submitted.
Right. No, I understand. I think it was older. Maybe at the time it wasn't considered significant. My understanding is that the law already had been changed to indicate that building included hardscape at that point. So I think, it's something that's been there a long time. The disruption of taking it out would be probably more significant than leaving it in. What we are doing, and to try to limit the impact of what's there right now, there's brick outlines that are associated that are set in like in a cement that's shown here. And if you notice, what we've done is everything that is dry set that is not related to doing retaining, like these little small retaining walls, and these are sort of setting the edges like curbing of the existing beds. We're pulling out all of that hardscape through that whole area. So we've eliminated basically anything that's loose that can come out without modifying and, you know, changing the grading and the soil in that area and disrupting that area. So again, I think from the owner's point of view, they think that removing it probably has more impact than simply living it in place. And the fact that it's been in place for a long time before this addition, they would like to make that argument to the ZBA that
John, we don't have any documentation that says that. Our documentation says that it was done afterwards.
Right, no, I understand
We
that.
have a survey.
I'm just saying based on, you know, what it looks like to me in terms of how long it's been.
That's the record. I just want to correct it.
Right, I know. So it would have to be legalized. It would have to be legalized by variance, right?
Please keep quiet for a minute. You were both talking at the same time when Ed said what he needed to say. Ed, could you repeat that, please?
So our documentation doesn't show that that was done prior to the last submission for an addition. So what you say is contradictory to the documentation we have on file. If you can provide documentation to support your statement, you will be well served.
Yeah, and I don't have any documentation. I just, based on how it's laid out relative to the existing and the kind of material that's being used, I'm just saying. I believe
I want you to understand that we're going to go with the documentation. We're not going to go with what you said, which means you can't just mislead the board unless you have documentation to prove that the documentation we have is wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm not indicating that it's documented, Ed. I'm not indicating that it's documented. Right. There are
indicating
many,
that it was the last
right,
application.
Right, there are many things I could indicate that's my opinion, and I think I could indicate, like, you know, there's plenty of things that aren't documented in the village, like sheds and outbuildings and hardscape that have been in place, you know, for a long time, that aren't documented. So there isn't any record of them. So this is in my mind, is no different. It's not indicated there is no record of it being documented. And we can be clear about that with the zoning board, that there's no record of it being documented. And I don't, you know, my opinion on how old it is, I don't think necessarily plays into it. I think the zoning board's decision would be based more on whether there's a negative impact, or that pulling it out has greater benefit than leaving it in place.
Well, I agree with you one thing, that there is a lot of undocumented coverage in the village that hasn't been approved. And that's one of the problems we deal with here at the planning board when people come in. Oh, we didn't do that, we just installed it. Now, we're expected to approve something that was just done without permission. And I don't see us automatically doing that. And especially with part of the new application for even more coverage. If I have a note here that this is 60% over, Doug, how much coverage?
It appears to be 60% over the allowable.
And that includes, how much of that 60% is the undocumented? Do we know?
I gotta double check. I don't know.
I think it's about 1,500 square feet of it. So it's a significant portion of it, Caesar, that's the undocumented. Part of that undocumented is being removed. The playground documentation, which is like 500 square feet, is being removed. And then part of that undocumented is being reduced. It's being reduced by about 50%.
No, but how much?
It's about 18%. About 18%.
So 60% is over, and 18% of that 60 is going to be remaining undocumented.
Yes.
I don't see it, I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Oh, you mentioned the playground. I saw your letter, and I just want to reaffirm for the record here that the playground is going to be removed from the property and not appear someplace else.
Yeah, we reviewed that with the client also, just to make sure that they understood the drawings would indicate that, and that they were affirming that.
I just wanted to make sure it's part of the record here too.
Yep, that's good.
And affirming that it's not going to reappear someplace on the property.
Right.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
I'd like to poll the board on the three topics of certainly the pool, the coverage, and the pool equipment. Mike? B.
Okay, so start with the pool.
Pool.
Yeah, I'm still, well, I think if you contrast the pool issue with the equipment issue, there's a good argument for the equipment, given the AC on the other side. That seems, to me, that seems okay. But there's not anything similar to warrant leaving the pool where it is. I don't. I understand it's preferable to have it like this, but I don't think you've shown us anything that there's undue harm or such a negative impact on the house or the landscape or the experience that you should do it. It's just been said, this is what they want. As far as the undocumented,
Yeah.
the other one. So a question about that, or are we saying it's there, but we're not looking to legalize it now, it's in the calculations?
No, they're looking to legalize what was built without approval.
Okay, gotcha.
And that portion, there was a lot, some of it they removed. And of the 60% over coverage, 60% over code, 18% of that 60% is undocumented stuff that was installed without approval that's going to remain.
But that's the remaining,
Right.
even after they remove everything.
After they remove some of it, there's still going to remain 18% of previously undocumented stuff.
Yeah, the argument that's being made that it's been there and it's removing it would do more harm than good. I'm not sure that I really understand what harm would happen. If that was true, I could get behind that, but I'm not sure that that's that argument has been proven out to be a reasonable reason to leave it there. That's what we're discussing.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
On the pool, John, and I had this position last month, I just don't see a compelling reason to be in the buffer. I understand that the client prefers it, but I know that the pool can slide over a few feet to the west and not be in the buffer, and it's not our problem. I mean, I never like to be in the position of then explaining to the next applicant why they can't be in the buffer. And the example I gave you last month was, if this is 5 feet in the buffer, what about the next person who says they want to be 10 feet in the buffer? And here you're saying it's by client preference. I understand that, but I'm not.
I mean, I think I could go into sort of more, if you guys have a moment, I can go through sort of what's driving that location and why it's client preference, because it's not simply client preference. It does have impact on some other stuff that I could just sort of touch on. And it's mostly about expansion of the project into areas that are already developed. So if you move the
John,
pool.
let's finish. John.
Yeah,
let's finish the board.
Okay. Well, I don't know if Mike's done, so I interrupted him mid thing.
Yeah, and that's a problem because it muddies the minutes when two people are talking at the same time.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, since I think that all of us are going to have the same comment about going into the buffer, perhaps it would be useful for John to explain that now.
As long as he's not talking at the same time.
Yeah, John, you should go ahead and explain
Okay.
why
So-
you think
So, I think the area that people think would be a potential, would be to move the pool into this zone here, which could be done. So what you end up with if you move into that area is you push the pool closer to this corner condition and closer to this existing deck condition here, and the pool needs a fence around it. And what would work probably better if the pool got that close, because you would probably not want the fence right at the edge of the entry to the pool. So the fence would have to move in to somewhere like here from where it is. You know, if you moved it the same distance than what's here, that fence location would have to move. So there's more, you know, there's fencing, but that puts it very tight to the existing deck. So what would probably be the better way if it would move in would be to put fencing that went around the pool and around the whole decking, you know, brought into the deck. So what it does is it brings the house into the pool barrier. So the house at that point becomes part of the pool barrier, which means that you can access the pool directly from the house through doors and potentially through windows and potentially through second floor windows. And the pool code has been changed recently. The safety and the pool code means that all of those windows, even second floor windows that would be in that enclosure, in that area for the pool, would now have to be limited in their operation. So they couldn't be open more than 4 inches. So the double hung windows that were there would be operable a little bit, but they couldn't be operated more than 4 inches. They'd have to be locked. All the doors would have to be modified to have alarms added to them. So pool alarms at all the doors that are associated with this frame gazebo thing. And then also the pool fence that would be brought in would be extended further along this line and would be brought into the side of the deck. And you'd have to coordinate how that pool fence met the deck. And then the deck railing along this side, unless you put a double fence across that, would have to be pool code compliant. So it would probably not work. There'd probably have to be a double fence condition or something along this side, or the fence would have to be brought into this side. Well, actually, no, I think it has to be brought into this side if you do it that way. So what it ends up is and just from a safety thing for people who have kids, it's generally preferable to just have a fence around the pool simply and not be worried about whether someone left, you know, out through a door or something to access the pool. So in terms of the impact of moving it, though, even though it seems like a small shift of 4 feet, what it does by moving it at this point, it makes it infeasible to really put like a fence, or less feasible to put a fence along this line right here, because it just crowds the deck so much. And if you try to plant that fence to hide that fence, again, in Irvington, those fences have to be 5 feet high, not 4 feet high like state code. So it's having a 5-foot fence, you know, basically 10 feet away from the edge of the deck it's a situation that we're trying to avoid. And then, you know, in terms of upgrading or modifying all the windows, both first and second floor windows along this whole side of the house, and modifying the doors here. So that was the argument that, you know, we're hoping to make that argument, like, does the benefit, the impact of that additional work and the less than sort of, it's not really a preferred, but it also has like safety impacts and other things, whether that's worth that slide of 5 feet, and whether there's enough impact associated with this pool location, given that it's completely buffered from Broadway, given that there's a pool and just to the north here that's much closer to Broadway and doesn't have a buffer and relies on a wood fence. And so we think that, you know, we have a compelling argument at the zoning board as to why that is.
So did you explore orienting the pool either differently, either turning it around, having it more of a rectangle so that it would fit into that space sliding over without having the detriments that you just described?
I think rotating the pool 90 degrees sort of puts it further into the front of the house. And I don't know if you guys, I'm sure, are familiar with the house. It has like a classical front facing Broadway, even though, you know, this is acting as the rear yard of the house in terms of how it's being accessed from Broadway. We were trying to make sure that the pool didn't overlap the front of this house. And I think also in terms of the pool location variance that we need, because this property has the 3 front yards, one interpretation of the pool location would be, if this is the rear yard, that this is the line that is the limit line. You know, the wall, the rear wall of the house closest to the street of this front yard is basically this limit line. So moving, changing the configuration of the pool this way brings it out across that line. So again, we think, that this is potentially, they're both variance requests, and we think that this one is the better, the lesser of two evils, because having the pool extend out past the front of the building, we think is an aesthetic detriment to the property and to the village as a whole. I think it would be better to tuck the pool into the corner like we have.
I'll let Dan.
Any thoughts on the coverage?
Well, on the coverage issue, I just want to understand the numbers as opposed to percentage, John. I thought that this was, that there was 1,308 undocumented, and you were reducing that to 421.
Let me just make sure I'm in the right screen, and we'll move back. Hold on a sec. To the coverage calcs. So the coverage calculations are broken down into the portion that is undocumented, right? So the part that's documented is already at 136 of allowable, and the portion that's undocumented is this. So there's retaining walls, and there's these retaining walls which we're carrying in this 702 number, and the playground is being carried in the 702 number, and the AC pads are being carried in the 702 number. The walkways, this 606 is being carried here, is basically all these walkways. We're removing this undocumented walk here. So then when we come over here, you'll see that the undocumented portion is being reduced by 887. The overall coverage is only being reduced by 65, and that's because the pool, the pool being documented is offsetting that reduction. That 887 of reduction is being offset by the proposed pool. But it is being reduced. The remaining undocumented stuff that we would be asked to be legalized is only the 422, which is, when you look at it, it is these retaining walls that are still here. And then it's the curbing, like the brick edging, that is associated with these areas here. So there was a walkway that's all filled right now with hardscape. So only the stuff that is, brick, right now, brick that's set in concrete is being left in this one version. And again, the impact of removing that, right, there's trees and planting, and the area is sort of like abandoned, sort of like has a lost garden look about it. I don't think the way it is, and especially if you remove the hardscape, I don't think it has any stormwater impact. One of the arguments of the undocumented stuff is that it could lead to runoff and erosion and stormwater impacts to the adjacent neighbors. So by taking out the stormwater, taking out the impervious surface in the center of these, you eliminate any potential for runoff. So any water that falls on this undocumented stuff will percolate into the ground and won't cause any, erosion or runoff. Or if there has been erosion and runoff over the last 20 years, it would reduce that and make the condition better.
You're saying Caesar is 18% of the 421 is 18% of the of what
60.
is over. So it's 160% over. So it's, if it's about 4,000, right?
I'm sorry, Mike.
I'm just trying to understand, 421 is what percentage of what number?
421, I think,
How does that translate into percentage over coverage?
I could do a calculation on that. Hold on a second. So the amount that it's over. Let me just do something quickly here.
421 is about 5% over the total proposed coverage.
Okay.
I did it the wrong way. It's about 5, it is right, it's about 5%, I think.
And the pathway, you said, is not part of the, that coming out. The stuff in between the retaining wall and the brick, that's all coming out.
Yeah, that's all coming out. So the inside line here, Caesar, is all what's being removed. And, that adds up to more square foot. The retaining walls, they're relatively small.
I
in
can
terms of this.
understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, John, I just, with the pool and the equipment, it's only a matter of a few feet where you could exit the buffer. I mean, I can see your point of not putting it in front of the house on the Broadway side, but is there a little wiggle room there?
There might be a little wiggle room. I think, again, for the pool, it's helpful to think about the, let me get through the site plan, sorry. It's helpful to think about, like, basically this fence line and what we have here for circulation space around the pool. If this were to be a planting bed, you could, I think it's, for a pool like this, it would be better to not see the pool fence. So, we try to show the planting. The planting could be tightened up a little bit, and this could maybe be moved up. But I think if this is the entry side to the pool and the access to the hot tub part of the pool, you just want to make sure that it's not like 18 inches between the fence or the planting bed or something to get in there. Since we're showing this as lawn. Yeah. So it could be tightened up a little. I think, that's part of the discussion about, like, the impact, if the percentage of what's being extended in here is a problem for the ZBA and they ask us to reduce it by some percentage, I think we could tighten it up a little bit before we end up going kind of nuclear and bringing the whole house into the pool barrier. But again, I think it would be nice to sort of argue this on the merits of what is the negative impact either to, other village and public on Broadway, or the neighbor to the north, where is the one that would potentially have views of this impact. The neighbor to the north, again, has a pool that's entirely in the Broadway setback, so I'm not sure they would be that concerned about it. And there isn't any living space right here where they're, need the Broadway buffer to be at full depth. So then the question becomes, what's the impact on the passing car or the walker or the runner along this line? And you'll see that there's really not, I think in some of the submitted material, we showed you the nature of that buffer right now, and sort of the nature of the similar, or the other pool buffer to the north, right? So the pool buffer to the north is a solid wood fence that's been stacked on top of the historic wall, and the buffer doesn't rely on planting. So as you run by it, you sort of can see right into the pool, and also you can see the impact of that fence right up against the line. And so what we have here is we have a green buffer that's already in place that we're not doing any removals to, and we're just proposing to infill the areas that are open with more evergreen planting. And we're replacing an existing deer fence that's there with a pool fence, which we think will have similar impact, and it will be planted out a little bit more. So again, from walking along the side here, you're not going to have views of the pool, and we think it's a similar, like almost identical condition to what's there now. So if you weighed, that limited impact to the public on Broadway, if the ZBA would weigh that versus the impact on alarming all the doors, limiting the operation of the windows, and changing the pool, or squeezing the area around the pool such that it, makes it, I'm not going to argue that it can't work, but it is having not enough space around the edge of the pool makes it a little more dangerous, and if it's muddy, slippery and stuff.
And the adjacent neighbor does have a pool?
Yeah, this is the approximate location of the pool. We don't have a survey for it, and it's actually like a it's not a kidney, but it's what's called a free form pool. So it's right in this area. There's a thing. So it's actually like if this is the buffer line is here, the pool is almost entirely within the 50-foot buffer. And we've provided in our neighborhood analysis other examples of pools in the neighborhood. So.
Also, thank you.
You sort of convinced me on the coverage, but I'm not convinced about the pool. Okay? Meaning you need to move the pool, from my opinion. Okay?
I mean, I think, I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
Think you should move the pool or it's okay?
I mean, I tend to think that, John, I think you have offered a lot of different reasonings that make it a unique situation. The fact that it has 3 front yards, the conversation you provided about all of the fencing and security around the pool, the area you need around it. I do kind of wonder though if there is, and you just addressed this a moment ago, there might be a little bit of room to play still to have a comfortable area between the fence and the pool where you're planning on situating the fence as is. It's just maybe the pool can shift slightly. Maybe it's about the size of the pool in general. Maybe there's just a little bit that would make it a little bit easier to kind of accept.
Right.
Now, also, Mary Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, the buffer is not only a physical restriction, but activity. Yes,
Yes, there can't be any activity.
and the patio, from what I understand, John, is in the buffer. The little patio to the pool.
It's really the wide and the entrance and access to the pool is not in the buffer. There's lawn in the buffer, and here I can go back to that.
I thought there was a little bit of a.
Yeah, so it's really only pool coping. This thicker bit of pool coping here is because the pool is going to have an automatic cover, and that's where the roll for the automatic cover is hidden under this thicker. So it's not really considered lawn so much. Well, it is lawn. It's lawn out in this area. So right, there would potentially be activity here, but I don't think that, it's going to bring on a negative impact to the buffer. The way the pool is designed is the entrance is on this side. Entrance in and out is on this side. And it's the south facing sun would be along this side.
Yes.
Yes, the following shall be,
No, I said yes to Mary Ann to read the code.
the following shall be prohibited in the Broadway buffer: the erection of any building, accessory building, or parking space, or portion of any which will go. And remember that building is defined in our code as anything.
Does it include lawn?
That one. The removal of, this is also for the removal of any trees, that's not an issue here. The paving of any portion of land, provided however, that nothing should prevent the construction of the street or driveway.
That was interesting. You mentioned about the removal of the trees. I just said that. I didn't realize that was part of the buffer. You can't remove the trees. All right.
Now,
Are there any?
there's a section that says, notwithstanding these provisions, the planning board may grant special permits for the erection of accessory buildings and the paving of lands within the Broadway buffer located on the west side of North Broadway. Oh, this isn't North Broadway though, is it?
No, I don't think it.
So that doesn't apply, okay.
I had a question just about the trees or about the landscaping there. There's no proposed changes on the trees on either side or on Broadway or on the opposite side facing the neighbor?
Yeah, there's no tree removal shown. There is some tree removal in the area of the neighbor's line, not the buffer. Hold on one sec.
You changed your proposal, John. You're not removing any trees in the buffer.
No, but there was a tree removal in this area here. There's one tree that's being removed. So
But that's not in the buffer.
no, it's not in the buffer. But I think what I just wanted to show you guys quickly, if you have a moment, is just to show you the condition, the buffer that I'm talking about. So this is the view as you walk down Broadway into the area of the pool. So the pool would be back in this area. This is the existing, as you look over the fence, right? This is the existing deer fence that's there. And the pool would be in this area here. And the area where there's this hole that we're showing, that's where we're showing the additional planting. So again, in terms of the common condition there, I don't think there would be much difference. The neighbor to the north, by comparison, right, has this condition that you can see over the fence where the pool is in the buffer. It's about 20 feet back. And it has this condition where, because the pool is close to the buffer, you know, a pool fence was erected. You know, actually, I'm not going to say whether it's code compliant or whatever, but it's basically a visual buffer for that pool along that line. So, you know, the comparison that we like, if what we were proposing required some kind of impact on the buffer like this, we wouldn't propose it. But I think the before and after condition of what would happen along this buffer is probably going to be about the same, right? This condition. So we don't think there's a huge impact.
I think you need to go back and work on that pool a little bit more. Not convinced you can't do something about it.
Okay. And so people's concern, are there any concerns on any of the engineering that we have so far, or on tree infill? Suzanne had one comment about infilling. I was going to touch base with her because she said on the southwest, which I think she may mean down here, like maybe between these existing trees here.
Southeast.
Oh, southeast.
To the south.
Yeah, I'm sorry, to the southeast, which I think means like basically south of tree 25, like in this zone here. So we can look at that more closely and see if additional screening needs to happen in there. We can add that. I think part of what this site plan shows is trees over a certain diameter. So I think there's a lot of, you know, existing shrub in there that's not really showing on the plan, you know, as screening. So I'll review that with Suzanne offline and make sure she really wants us to upgrade that.
But she wouldn't have said it if she didn't really need it.
John, you're placing.
Don, hold on a second. John, let Mike talk.
You're placing a lot of emphasis on the pool on the property to the neighbor, which I assume is 15 Bertha Place.
Yes.
So if you could, the next time you come, if you could give us the background on that pool on 15 Bertha Place.
Okay.
There was an application made for it.
Okay, we could try to find it.
What the approval process was.
Okay. I mean, I think from the point of view of my discussions at the ZBA, just because somebody did it once doesn't make this okay. I mean, I think the crux of our argument, the crux of our,
because there was a mistake once in the past doesn't mean I have to make it.
Right. It's I don't think, you know, our argument has more to do with impacts and whether there's really a negative impact and whether, you know, that the incursion into the buffer can be mitigated with planting.
I think we can wrap this up.
Okay.
I think we can wrap this up.
Okay.
I don't know, unless I'm misunderstanding it, I think we all want to see a little bit more effort to move the pool out of the buffer. Unless I'm misunderstanding it. Is that the consensus to do a little more work? Yes, everybody sort of nodded on that.
Okay.
And actually, you changed my mind on the coverage.
Yeah, I'm okay on coverage.
Okay. So I'll you know, we'll go back to our client and just sort of review it in that context. Okay.
I'll give you the success on the coverage. You give us the success on the pool by moving.
Okay. All right. I'll review that with them, Susan, and then we'll bring something back to you guys.
All right, I think we're done. Doug, Ed, Mary Ann, do we have anything further on this? right, John, thank you very much.
Okay.
We'll see you next month. Oh, and should you go to the ZBA before we meet next month and cover this pool? I'll send another note to the ZBA regarding my thoughts.
Okay.
All right, thank you. See you next month on this project. I think we may even see you again. Yes, we will. We'll see you again tonight. You didn't have to walk in the rain.
I think it's good. I think I have to be demoted though, unless I'm next.
John,
No, you're not.
John,
Yep.
15 Bertha's Pool, the permit was issued in 1983,
1983. Okay.
before the Broadway buffer code.
Okay.
And the Broadway buffer was after that.
Right, so like this year. He's out of the room.
All right.
Okay. That's a good thought there for you, John.
I can't see this.
Okay, we're finished with that. Next up is, need my glasses.
Mark, cancel.
Staff. Number 6, Mama Vera Castle Road, that's 2021-27.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can.
Great. My name is Casey Brenner with the law firm Zarin and Steinmetz. I believe Jim, oh, there he is. Jim Anacarico of Cronin Engineering is here with me tonight. First, we'd like to thank the board for embracing the hybrid meeting model, especially on a rainy night like today. David Steinmetz couldn't make it. He's in another municipality tonight, and our client, Mark Gaduzzi, is traveling. As you will recall, we represent Marvera Corporation, the owner of an approximately 4.4 acre property along Castle Road. We are here tonight for the continued public hearing on our application for a preliminary subdivision approval for 3 single-family lots and limited site development plan approval. This has been before your board since around May of 2020, when Cronin's office initially submitted an application along with an application for a site capacity determination. In June of last year, your board issued a site capacity determination of 3 lots. So accordingly, Marvera is proposing to subdivide the property to create 3 single-family zoning compliant lots. We were last year in July, and since then, as you're aware, we have been working closely on addressing the minor remaining engineering issues identified by Han, as well as the village landscape architect's comments. And we are also in receipt of Han's most recent comment memo, which I believe came in yesterday, and we're confident all the remaining minor issues can be worked out smoothly. We have also, since our last meeting, provided the village attorney and the neighboring property owners with draft easement agreements per the village's request. And the descriptions of the precise easements will be finalized down the line prior to the signing of the final plat. As the board knows, we've been working out the various engineering and utility location issues with the village, as well as with the county health department. But the overall application largely has not changed since 2020. And as a reminder, this is the 3rd time the public hearing has been noticed. We were happy to renotice this meeting, even though we were just here in July, just to make sure the public knew about the in-person option. And this is, again, for a limited site plan and preliminary subdivision approval. The developers of the 3 single-family lots will eventually need to make site-specific site plan applications, and at that time, the planning board and the public will again, be able to comment and work out the final details of each site plan and further analyze the potential impacts. The owners of the lot to the west, our client has been coordinating closely with them on the driveway access easement. And our client certainly appreciates their attentiveness and looks forward to continuing to communicate with them on the final details of the exact easement location. We are in receipt of a letter from the Greater Irvington Land Trust, which came in last night, I believe, as well as 2 emails from neighbors, which came in a few hours ago. Just briefly to address these communications, the applicant certainly recognizes that this area near Halsey Pond is a truly peaceful and special natural area, and has continued to keep this in mind in refining these plans. In fact, our client, Mr. Gaduzzi's father, previously owned and donated this beautiful park and lake to the village as part of the original subdivision. And we do appreciate the land trust comments and the laudable goals of the organization and the shared desire to protect the Halsey Pond area and surrounding community. We have already spent quite some time examining minimizing impacts to the trees on the site, and addressing the landscape consultant's comments, including by providing a tree inventory and working to preserve the trees in the buffer area to the Halsey Pond, in furtherance of protecting this area. And while we don't necessarily have a desire to debate the issues raised in the land trust letter, we would just like to make sure the record before the board tonight is accurate. There is a statement in the letter stating that over 125 trees will be cut down and removed. To the extent the tree report that was provided may indicate that a large number of dead or diseased trees may be suggested to be removed. We would just like to clarify and apologize for any miscommunications there. These recommendations by the independent tree consultant who prepared that report were not ultimately incorporated into our client's proposal. And at this time, I believe we are only proposing to remove about 23 trees due to the proposed building and driveway footprints. And Jim can speak further to this. And Jim, I don't know if you have a visual on this.
I can, yep, I can share my screen. And so let me zoom in a little bit. So the plan that, and I do apologize, Doug is correct in his letter that, although I said it in the letter, for some reason the X's for the trees that were proposed to be removed didn't show up. But I've adjusted that. And as Casey mentioned, the plan does propose the removal of 23 trees, but obviously we should all keep in mind that you know, limited site, this is for limited site development plan approval, and specific site plan approval will really dictate what happens with the tree removals. So, but just to touch on what we're proposing here anyway, of the 20.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Our alarms are going off for what? Everybody's phone just went off on the alarm. Okay. Sorry, we wouldn't be able to record your voice. Go ahead.
No problem. No problem. So of the 23 trees that are shown on this plan to be removed, 7 of them are within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are within the proposed sewer easement, which the village had requested that we remove all trees within the easement. 11 of them are within the driveways, And then 6 of them are within the proposed building footprints. And again, these are building footprints. They're not actual, houses. They're not this large. They may be close to this, but they may be slightly different. So, as Casey mentioned, we'd just like to clarify that. One of the other things I should probably mention too is the village consultant did mention that saving this tree right here, tree number one, which is a white pine, and adjacent to the walkway down to the pond. She suggested that we try to save that, by realigning the driveway, and that could certainly be done. Let me zoom in a little bit more. That could be done. We could shift the driveway over to the west a little bit, but that would likely require removing trees 5, 6, and 7, and probably still 4. So, we're happy to do what's best.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Jim.
we're not in a position right now until you get specifics, site approval to removing the
Right.
trees where the driveway might be. The only trees as of now that are being requested to be removed are in the easement. And we have for easement maintenance. And we have a problem with the easement, the driveway, I guess that's lot number 2, yeah. The driveway in lot number 2, you can't get, there's no way of servicing that easement. The driveway needs to be moved, or the easement, I'm not sure how that works. Ed, you want to look at that?
Yeah, so access to the easements, we talked about last year, and the conversation last year didn't arrive on this drawing. How do we get to the sewer manholes with a vacuum truck? So we're gonna need the easement to include the driveways. At least lot 2 and 3, so that we can get to the manholes.
Well,
Is there a possibility of? Go ahead.
I hear exactly what you're saying, Ed, and I had a brief conversation with Doug about this, and I believe, he can confirm he thought it was a good idea. And I did speak to Casey and David about this, that there wouldn't be a physical easement boundary down each driveway, but there would be language written into the easement agreement that allows for traveling down the driveways to access the easement itself and the manholes.
We can certainly work out the language of the easement agreement, but David also suggested it can simply be done through a note on the final plat stating that this access would be granted.
Mary Ann,
No, Casey, it should be in the easement.
Okay.
did you hear that?
Yeah.
And then just one other thing, Jim, is it possible to incorporate lot 1's driveway within the easement to pair both? It would solve the screening problem on the aqueduct, on the pond trail, and it would provide the access that we need for the easement. I don't know if the topo will allow it.
So you're saying to move, basically flip the driveway to the opposite end of the house?
Is it possible? I'm not sure about the topo, if it's possible.
I mean, where I showed it, that made the most sense.
I understand.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
struggling with.
Could it be done that way? Yeah, I mean, it could be done. There might be, there might be some fill that would have to be brought in, some different grading. That was where I showed it was probably the least, impact or obtrusive.
Yeah, there's 2 reasons for that. One is to have the driveway, additional driveway for the access to but it's also the screening to the village path. That driveway is rather close to the village path, as well as the footprint of the house. The orientation of the house doesn't necessarily, it could be the other way, rotating at 90 degrees. So there's a better buffer. And if you raise that up, raise the picture up a little bit so we can see the buffer holes. You see that the hatched area there, you got your buffer?
Right.
Is there any chance of a similar buffer requirement along the pathway so that we have a visual buffer between the village path and whatever is happening on lot number 1?
We could certainly discuss that with our client. I mean, I don't think, I'm not sure we want to make the entire side yard setback a buffer, but we'd probably be willing to, offer up a good portion of it or some of it at least. I mean, I think we've been asked to screen along there anyway, which, earlier conversations today with people, we mentioned that we could show that, via a note on the plan. And then when actual site plan approval was brought before your board, it could be, fully developed at that point.
Well, if your future plan is to sell the lots and not build your own spec houses, then we would have to deal with the next owner of lot number 1. And it would be better if we know now if the plan is to sell it, it would be better if we know now what you're going to be selling if there's a buffer along that pathway.
Could I ask that, how much of a buffer would you be looking for?
How much can you give us without the problems of topography for that driveway?
I mean, probably at least 10 feet.
Looking for a little more than that.
The side yard setback is 25 feet. I mean, obviously we can't go any closer than 5 feet with the structure, so.
If you got a 25-foot setback,
right.
what's wrong with?
It's an interesting problem, question actually. What is our frontage on the street? Do we have room to move the lots over a little bit? Maybe make lot 2 a little narrower and make lot 1 a little wider? I know it's tough at the building.
Lot frontage is shown here. Lot 3, I have 150, so that's right at the limit. Lots 1 and 2 are 172. Lot 1 is 172.7, and lot 2 is 174.2. I mean, the problem with moving the house, or at least the footprint, and moving the lot line on lot 1 over towards into where lot 2 is now, is that this driveway coming down to the house is really the only access point for a house on this lot, because this goes uphill and pretty steep, fairly steep, and we're just coming down the flat part of it into the lot. So real difficult to move this over too much more. I mean, we'll certainly talk to our client about, what we can propose to show as a buffer here. I mean, if we're thinking about 15 feet, then we've probably got another, 15 feet from the property line, and then you've still got another at least 10 feet to the actual path itself, it looks like. So that'd be a good 25 feet to the path.
The applicant on the property on the other side of the walkway offered up a 25-foot conservation easement. So we're trying to find a balance between that and nothing on your side.
And what's the setback? It's 25 feet for the house. What about the driveway? How close can the driveway be to a property line?
4 feet.
We really don't want to see the driveway 4 feet from the property line.
No, he's got.
Yeah, agreed.
Feet there. He thinks he can move it over some more. We'll work on that offline, Jim.
Sure.
Yeah, and like I said, the only trees are the maintenance for the easement. Because we don't know where the driveways are gonna be, so there is no approval for trees other than maintenance on the easement.
Right.
I think you can agree with that because
Yep.
the arborist report is more of a, in my mind, a roadmap of what trees to protect and what trees are can be expendable for a building envelope or for a driveway. And the effort would be made to place the driveways and the buildings in an area where the better trees are not impacted.
Right, I agree,
Which is-
Caesar, and it'll probably be more the driveways than anything, because this area right here where the 3 building footprints are is really, void of many trees at all. It's really all, right now, it's just all open. I mean, there are a few trees scattered, that there's no trees within the footprint of, on lot 2. And there's really just this one, and then these 2 on the outline layers here on lot 3, and then a few right here on lot 1. But it's really all open. There are no trees in this area, not many.
Yeah,
So
in
so like
terms
I
of-
said, it will be more, it'll really be more of the driveway for lot 1 and lot 2.
And don't forget what Ed said about the easement to cover the driveway so we can drive a truck down there and get to the man.
Right, and just to touch on that real quick again, like I said, I mean, we would propose to write the access rights for the village to travel down the driveways, as opposed to, showing physical easements over the driveways. You certainly come down this driveway and get to this manhole. You can certainly come down this driveway and get to this manhole, and this manhole could probably be accessed from Castle Road itself, or even from, this part of the driveway.
Ian had a thought on that.
No, I'm just saying that could work as long, but the language has to be in the easement agreement, as long as it's right.
Did the lawyer hear that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that, Marianne.
Oh, Casey, yeah. Well, I said that would work, that I thought it could be worked out in language in the easement agreement. I think we talked about that earlier.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we will certainly keep communicating on that.
Now, I had another thought. If you were to develop all 3 lots, and I saw somewhere in the application that it's 1.5 acres of disturbance, which opens up a stormwater permit.
It'll be 3 separate lots after this.
Okay,
There's no disturbance in this application. And when they come in for the house, it'll be 3 separate lots with less than an acre of disturbance.
Right.
covered that.
I think, even as it is now, just the estimate would be about 1.5 acres total. For all
And
3.
there's engineering issues with the water main, which you can deal with, Doug.
Right.
And do we want-
Right, we've been asked to submit the water main replacement plan, which is to relocate the water main out to Castle Road. So, my plan is to get that done before the next meeting and submit that to the village for their review. And then that will be part of the realty subdivision application to the health department that they'll have to approve as well.
I did review the EAF and it seems it's accurate, but I don't think you have to go through that now. I would wait until the next public hearing. With all due respect, you said that this was, there were so many notices of the public hearing. Actually, this is the first properly noticed public hearing on the subdivision and limited site. I think what happened on the last one was it was noticed for a Zoom meeting when it was actually in person. Anyway, having gotten several letters today saying that the public does want to be heard on this, I would wait until after the next meeting before you go through your environmental findings.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Jim?
So
Can
just touching on what Marianne brought up, just to clarify, I thought this was the third properly noticed public hearing, but she is correct that the July meeting, the state COVID guidelines hadn't changed by the notice deadline. They changed after the notice deadline. So that's when all meetings were required to be in person, and the notice didn't quite reflect that. But we are certainly, we were happy to have re-noticed it again, and we continue to welcome input from the public. I will let Jim wrap up any other technical discussion items, but I just also wanted to clarify based on some of the neighbor comments we recently received in the later this afternoon. We certainly had no intention of fast tracking this or denying the public a right to comment. As mentioned, this has been before the planning board since May of last year. And the fact that just the meeting agenda alone tonight, I think it's clear that the village certainly does not take a break for a late August, a late summer meeting. So there was no strategic decision that was kind of insinuated in the comments we received today. Coming in for an August application there was no strategy or tactic behind that. So we certainly welcome any additional public input. So with that, I will let Jim tie anything else up. We respect the board's decision to continue this to the next meeting, and we would respectfully request that the board authorize a resolution to be prepared for the October meeting if possible, adopting a negative declaration, granting the preliminary subdivision approval, and granting limited site development plan approval. As Jim and I reiterated, a lot of these issues will be worked out at the time of the individual site-specific site plan applications, and we would certainly be open to any engineering issues that might remain as conditions of this limited site plan approval. Jim, anything else you wanted to talk about?
I mean, before Jim comes back, we'd like to solidify the buffer along the pathway. Must be bad weather, getting another alert.
Yes, I am getting the alert now.
We'd like to solidify the buffer along the pathway with some means of that before we move on, and that would be essential for the next meeting.
Okay.
Jim, you got anything else? But I just want to go over some of these letters.
No, other than, we were asked to prepare the plat. We prepared the plat. We prepared a brand new survey of the property. So everything you're seeing is, totally up to date and up to snuff. So we're ready to move forward.
I'd just like to clarify some of the letters. There was a letter from the Greater Irvington Land Trust from Charles Kerr. There's an email from Mary Holst and an email from a Lisa Jen. And I'd like to clarify the issue of remaining in a natural state. At the June 3rd meeting of 2020, there was a gentleman here whose name I don't remember, I'm sure the minutes have recorded, who suggested that it remain in a natural state. And I stated at that time in June 3rd of 2020, that that's not something that the planning board does, that the trustees do that, and the person and all those interested in keeping this a natural state should go to the trustees to discuss how that can be done through a purchase or through some kind of environmental easement or some legal mechanism that would fulfill their wish of natural. And I checked with our village administrator today and asked if anybody, and then I wrote a note to the village administrator giving him a heads up that there was an interest in this land being natural forever. That was on June 6th of 2020. And I spoke to Mr. Schaffer a village administrator and asked if anybody approached him or the trustees, and he said not to his recollection. So that offer is still out there, if anybody wants to pursue it. And I think we covered the tree issue. There is no approval as part of this for removal of any trees, except for the ones for maintenance over the easement. And any tree removal will be part of the individual site approvals, as well as the drainage, which came up in one of the letters. Any drainage issues would be covered in the individual site approvals. Somebody wrote that we shouldn't issue any building permits. There is no building permits being decided tonight. It's not for that purpose. It's to subdivide it, and the individual lots still have to come forward with the proposals for how it would look, where it's going to be, and all the details that come with the individual site approval. So stand by and stay tuned for those announcements. And I think you covered the fast track issue. That's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Marianne?
No.
Doug? And Mike, me?
No comments.
Right?
Nothing further. No comments here.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, you got your the main feature for next week is the easement issue. And whoops, I just spilled my water all over my plants. We now will open it up. Yes, Sarah, while I dry off my desk. Any members of the public?
Yes, there is a comment in the chat that I'll read first, and there were 4 people that would like to speak. The comment in the chat comes from Greta and Shailene Patel. To the board, we live at 7 Palliser across from the proposed development. However, built our house as well in the late 80s. We have continued drainage issues that were not addressed with the inadequate addition of storm drains after the original development. Removing trees and adding non-porous surfaces will increase our issues on our property. The drainage issues must be addressed before these plans are approved. A letter from our neighbors, the Devons, has also been submitted. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And
let's do it. The drainage will come. The drains will be addressed during the individual site approvals. And as we stated, there's no tree removal except for the trees on the easement. Drainage is an important issue, but it's not part of. There's no approvals for drainage in this because it's not part of the submittal. They will come later. So stay tuned on drainage.
okay, I'm gonna go in the order as they raise their hand.
How many did you say they were?
Who made the comment?
How many hands did you say?
There are 4. 4.
Oh, I thought you said 42.
No, 4. Well, actually, no, there's 5. So I'm gonna let the first person that raised their hand speak. That was Stephen Hardy.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I'm gratified to find that the removal of trees will be, sorry, I've got the thing now, will be 25 instead of 125, and I applaud that. One thing, and forgive me if this is part of the drainage consideration, the ecology of Halsey Pond is quite delicate, as we all know. About 10 years ago, it was virtually a dead pond, and we had not just algal bloom on the top of it, but dead fish floating on the surface. And a lot of hard work and cooperation went into addressing that. It's now a place where the kids go to fish, and all of us can walk around it without a horrible smell of decay. At the time, if I understand right, that problem was attributed to runoff from Legend Hollow and the golf course fertilizers, and because it was nitrogen used in the fertilizers, and that was killing the pond. This proposal, of course, introduces more hardscape near the pond, quite near the pond, and I presume there's going to be lawns in there rather than some of the wild rocky areas that we have now. The topo map shows that it's quite steep. In fact, Jim used the term a fairly steep slope from up at Castle Road down to that boundary wall at the bottom. And if you use the park, you know that it's another probably 15 or 20 foot drop from the gravel path down to the pond. So there's plenty of opportunity for water to, kind of cascade down there, particularly after these changes to the land. So I would just hope that the board, Mr. Manfredi, I don't know if this is what you mean by drainage, but I'm specifically thinking about drainage carrying the nutrients that would, kind of damage the pond and the wildlife within it. Should be, were it me, I'd ask for an environmental assessment of some sort. But forgive me if this isn't the time or the state of the project to do that. I also, in closing, want to say that I'm gratified that the attorneys have agreed to keep the public hearings open. I'm sympathetic to the idea that this has been before the board previously, but you know how things are. People were caught up in COVID in June of 2020, and I'm sure weren't paying attention to these things. But now it's a different world now, and I hope we'll continue to have public input into the project. Thank you.
In regards to your drainage question, Doug, you can fill in any coming off the roof or anything. The drainage has to be retained on the property and not discharged.
Yeah, they can increase peak flow or volume runoff coming off the site. And that will be addressed. I know they've done some preliminary soil testing. I don't know what the results are yet, but they'll have to supply all that documentation and proof that they can address it. I assume they're going to be doing infiltration, and that would address some of the concerns with certain things that may run off the site.
Yeah, if I may, for a minute, we did some preliminary deep test holes for infiltration, and the soils were very, the results of those tests were conducive to good soils for infiltration. Lot 3, most of that runoff would go to the west. As you can see, that slope, part of that, most of that lot, or a good portion of the back of that lot is slopes down to the west. Lot 2, pretty flat in the middle. Really, what I meant earlier when I was saying the steep slope, I meant that there's a knob right here between the driveways of lots 2 and lots 3. Which I didn't want to I couldn't really push this driveway up that hill anymore. So that's really what I meant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further beyond the drainage from the public person there?
No, I would only state the obvious that there's a aesthetic consideration here. It's the park is a beautiful public amenity, as you all know, and in my personal view, the houses will be way closer to the pond, and therefore change the experience of the pond, irrevocably. So I'm glad you're giving it the close attention that you are. It deserves it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next.
The next person I'm allowed to speak is Barry Witkowski. Barry, you're on mute if you're speaking.
Mute. There it goes. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Barry Lakowski. My wife and I live at 4 Castle Road, adjacent to the proposed Lot 3 of the subdivision. Over the last couple of weeks, Mark Aduzzi of Marvera has asked us to review 3 easements, one for the driveway, the second for the sewer, and the third for temporary access for a water line relocation. Very simple question. What is required of us by the planning board with respect to the easements as far as the timing? And again, what is expected of us.
Mary Ann, you want to answer that?
Well, we don't have any really expectations of the neighbors because it's up to the applicant to work it out with you. And I believe during the process of it, I spoke with Casey about it, and she said she has been speaking with you about it. So I guess until you agree to, an easement, they can't move forward.
So what you're saying is we couldn't do a resolution unless there's a satisfactory easement from the neighbor.
Yeah, well, two of the easements don't involve the village at all. The driveway one and I guess the water main is between them, but we're not a party to it.
Right.
The only one we're a party to is the sewer easement.
Okay.
So that's
Which already
needs to be
exists.
worked out.
Which already exists and should have had an easement.
You mean the sewer line?
The sewer line,
So,
yeah.
yeah. So it's, and you could say that we actually do have an easement by prescription because it's been used. So it just makes sense to formalize it in an easement agreement, that maintenance responsibilities and stuff like that are all clarified.
So we still need the village easement clarified with the neighbor for the sewer.
Yes, that easement involves the three parties, the Kopskis, the Marvera and Village. The other two are between like the Kopsky and Marvera.
I thought I heard somebody, either Ed or yourself, that said there is an existing easement for the sewer.
No, there should have been.
Oh, should have
There
been.
is an easement by prescription, but there's no easement agreement.
Oh,
So we've got
okay.
to formalize.
Right.
So we need the easement.
I could add a little bit to that if you want. So originally, during the original subdivision, there was a 15-foot wide sewer easement that was on the subdivision plat. I don't know if there was any, I believe Casey's office had a title search done. I don't know if they ever found it. I don't think they did. Ever found any actual easement filed, but it was on the subdivision plat for the 27 lot subdivision of Castle Road. So what happened was when the actual sewer main was installed, it was installed right on the edge, one of the edges of the easement. So essentially we had to reposition the easement to include the existing sewer main that is over the Totsky property, as well as, the sewer main on our property as well.
Right,
I
so-
think the crux of the question was, without the sewer easement, we're not going to give a resolution of approval.
If I could just clarify something, Marianne, I thought when we spoke, we clarified that the actual execution of the easement agreement wouldn't be a prerequisite of this approval resolution by the planning board. We thought that it would be a condition of that would have to be satisfied prior to the actual signing of the final plat. That was our understanding of the timing. That is that your understanding?
Okay, let Mary Ann answer that.
There's two approvals here. There's no subdivision. We don't need to do this. There's preliminary subdivision approval. And preliminary subdivision approval generally has conditions. And then only when those conditions are met do you do the final.
Okay, so
approval.
at this
One
stage,
of those conditions might be that there has to be the sewer easement. It does not have to be executed before you give preliminary approval.
Okay.
It does have to be executed before the final plan is.
I see. Okay, so for the purpose of the next resolution,
That makes sense to you, yeah.
just needed, yeah, okay.
I mean, although it doesn't make a lot of sense to go ahead if it doesn't look like this thing is gonna happen, I mean, to make it an impossible condition doesn't make any sense. So you want, generally, the parties say, yeah, we've come to an agreement, they just haven't, finalized.
I think we answered the neighbor question. Did we?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. We have one more,
We have three more.
three more.
Yes. The next person that's going to speak is Jen Blair.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. And I just wanted to comment that I agree with everything that Mr. Hardy said earlier, that the nutrients from the lawns and the runoff, and we all know that it creates hypoxia, and that's why we had the fish kill many years ago from legend. He's absolutely correct. An additional runoff from a more impervious surface would further contribute to the degradation of Halsey Pond. And this will have a major impact on the fish and wildlife living in and around Halsey Pond. Talking about a conservation easement, I'm looking at the position of the houses, and I know that people would like to have the house overlooking the pond. I'm not sure at all whether the developer has considered moving the houses back closer to Castle Road and doing a conservation easement with a buffer zone in along the path that goes to around Halsey Pond. Conservation easement there would be a really lovely thing to do, and this way you could accomplish a lot, goodwill from the community, I believe, if that's doable. Of course, the whole property, keeping it in its natural state would be ideal, but a conservation easement, moving the houses back closer to Castle Road would be another option. At least you'd have a much bigger buffer. And I'm very happy that the hearing will be delayed and that you'll keep it open and that the public will have more chance to comment. And I know there could be further discussion about and I am representing the Greater Irvington Land Trust this evening, and this is why I'm speaking on their behalf. So I would hope that there would be a way that maybe we could consider saving one of those building sites or doing a conservation easement along the pathway to around the pond. And that possibly could be kept open for discussion. Thank you.
I think we already discussed, we already have an easement down on the Halsey Pond side, and we had a lengthy discussion about future easement along the access path.
I was talking about the one in front, along the in front of the houses that would be facing the pond.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah?
The next person is Josena Cyril.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for all your comments tonight. I would like to also mention that we need to think about sustainability and protect land, especially with mature trees. 25 trees are still 25 trees, and we know that construction vehicles often damage additional trees as they cannot avoid them sometimes. I also am happy, to hear the comments about the 12 Maple Street, where I saw that the planning board pays attention to the way trees are being treated. So I'm also hoping that the same approach will be done here as well. Halsey Pond has a special scenic character, and even if the builder is not allowed to cut the trees in the back, we would probably potentially see it from the Halsey Pond, and that would change the feel to it. So thank you very much again, and let's hope that this will develop in the right direction.
A couple of the commenters have been, the number keeps coming up, 20-something trees. Right now, Jim, correct me, I think you said 6 or 7 trees that are in the easement are scheduled to come down. So right now, the only trees coming down, and give me the right number, Jim.
It's 7, yes. Seven within the easement. Yeah.
There's only 7 trees that can, because of maintenance over the sewer easement, that are definitely coming down. Any other trees would be approved in the future when the final approvals for the individual sites come in, because the current driveway or the current building envelope may change a little bit when the specific site approval process takes place. So even right now, if the approval was for where it is now, you might be right, but it may not be there where it is now. It might be moved. And if you were listening, for lot number one, that driveway may move to the west, away from the village access point, which would change the tree picture. So the only trees scheduled to come down as of today are the ones in the sewer maintenance easement. Thank you. Sarah,
There's no more hands being raised.
any chat?
Oh, I'm sorry. We all expect raise your hand.
I'm sorry.
We all expect raise your hand. It was lower than it. She raised the hand again. So
Hi, this is Leola Specht. I am on the steering committee for the Irvington Green Policy Task Force. And I agree very much with Steve Hardy, Jan Blair, Yasina Surreal, all of their concerns in terms of the environmental impact. And I appreciate the remedy being offered to take it up with the Irvington Board of Trustees, because the Irvington Green Policy Task Force would like to, also point out that Halsey Pond is a shared community resource, and we need more public hearing on such development proposals when the entire Irvington community is affected by a development. So I would ask that really this type of rule apply to any development that might impact the entire community in this sort of way. There are many other arguments about this that we could take up with the board, but the environmental impact is probably the biggest one. And you may know all of the reports. We've got to stop, hurting the environment and start regenerating it. And even with keeping drainage on the property and whatnot, Legend Hollow, I'm sure, had the same thing, and yet still the lawn fertilizers and whatnot damaged the pond. So I think that this really needs a lot more close environmental review. So thank you, everyone, for working together on what's best for our village.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Sarah?
there was nobody else raising their hand to speak, and there are no more comments in the chat.
Jim, have any to add? Wrap it up.
I don't think so. I think that does it. We look forward to coming back next month with our water main plan fully developed, and hopefully the easement's just about wrapped up.
And don't forget the buffer.
And the buffer, yes, of course. I wrote it down, don't worry.
Anybody else from the board want to add anything? Having heard the comment. That was a loud thunder outside. I don't know if that was any kind of omen. Mike?
No comments. And no comments here.
No, thank you. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I want to thank all the citizens who called in. It's you're probably very happy you didn't have to weather the storm. Convenient to Zoom tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on. Moving on to 49 Field Terrace, that's 2021-33.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, Douglas McClure. I'm the architect for Sumit Mohan and Subhani Chandra. I'll have to apologize first. I am not in my usual location, so my technology may be a little buggy. Let me share my screen. Can you see the drawings?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with this coverage and FAR drawing because it sort of explains the whole project. This is the existing conditions. This is the house as it is, and we have a very steep driveway up here. The client would like to put a small addition on the back of the house, a sort of sunroom addition that's going over some existing coverage. But the other large concern for them is the driveway as it is right now is very steep. In the winter, it's very difficult to navigate. So we were looking at ways to make that situation better. So we came up with a plan to relocate the driveway from this location here. Why can't I draw? Don't know what's going on. To relocate the driveway along the front, giving it a shallower slope, and removing this sort of large path that happens in the front now, and allowing people to not park on the street on Field Terrace, but to come up, drop people off, and have easier access to the front of the house. By doing all this, we're actually reducing the coverage, which is pre-existing non-conforming or over the allowable amount. So one of our goals was to bring that number down a bit. And I think that's all I have to say at the moment. But I'd like to get your comments and thoughts about this project. We've gotten the comments from Han. We're in the process of bringing on board an arborist and a landscape architect to help us develop the planting plans. We know we have some trees that are shown on the engineering plans that are being removed that I have to coordinate with my drawings, and we need to address those. But we're in the process of bringing in those consultants to help us work that out.
Doug, the trees to be, yes, I don't know if that's more, yeah, that's easy. We bring that picture back up.
You want the one, you want the site plan that shows the trees?
Yeah.
This site plan shows the affected trees.
All right, that's those trees are coming out there. Is that because you're moving fill?
Correct. To bring this driveway up properly, there's going to be some adjustment to the contours there, and it will affect the trees. There may, but when we bring a landscape architect on, there may be some ways we can reduce the amount of trees being removed, but right now the trees in this area will be affected by the change in the contours.
What's the change going to be? Bringing fill?
I think we can do it just by regrading. I don't think we'll be bringing in more fill.
But you're grading and the roots are going to be covered with the grade. Is that
correct?
The point where do you need a retaining wall there? And then I'll ask the next question.
Well, we're not along this edge. There's no retaining wall.
You're going to create a steep slope, changing grading, steeper than what's there already?
It'll be slightly steeper than what's there already, but it's not creating a steep slope issue, I don't believe. We do have some steep slope conditions that are addressed in the engineer's report. And then going back to the issue of the retaining walls, up here along the driveway.
Looks like.
There's I have a retaining wall there that at its highest, it'll be about 6 feet. But that's at its highest point. It starts off lower than that as the grade moves around it.
Nothing that I could find unless you can point it out, how that wall is going to look. Is it a concrete wall? Is it a stone wall? Is it
That is correct. My plan is to make it a stone faced wall. It won't be concrete. We'll face it in stone, and I will add details for that.
and screening in front of it so that they're not, the people driving up whatever that road is, Osceola Road, not looking at Fort Tycon Road.
Yes, we can certainly add screening there. There is, I don't
Profile
know.
through that. Hold on, no, the other Doug, I'm talking to Doug Hunt. You see where the circle where the trees are coming out?
Yep.
They're gonna bring fill in there and it's gonna create, I think, a steep slope.
Now, that's a 1-on-2 slope that you're proposing, I think? Or is it 1-on-3?
I have to find that drawing. Hold on.
That's rather steep with the soil hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, we provided that information in the submittal package.
Yeah, you almost wanted to graph, but 1-on-2 is.
Okay. All right, you know, you put in there, Suzanne's comments, but there's a lot of tree stuff you have to do.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why we're bringing in some consultants for that. So we'll hopefully be able to address that at the next meeting.
And your coverage, you said that the bottom line is that you'll have less coverage because you're taking the walkway out.
So we're taking the walkway out. We're taking some patio out in the back as well. Hold on a sec.
But I think you said there's a net loss of coverage.
Yes, we are reducing the coverage by, hold on one second. Again, I apologize. It's not all right at my fingertips.
So what you're adding with the sunroom is negated by the removal of.
Well, the sunroom is actually going right over existing coverage right there. So it has no or minimal effect. We are adding a little patio area in this area, but we are we're removing a lot of the walkways in this area and along the front. So it's a net loss of, sorry, I can't see this. I think Doug mentioned it in his comments too. We're going from 3,382 square feet to 3,060 square feet. So we're reducing it about 9.5%.
And my last comment, I guess, Doug, you asked for a demolition plan for the driveway that's coming out.
Yeah, and everything that's being demoed.
Yeah, I will make that clearer. I sort of show it on this sheet, but I will do a second, another bigger site plan that outlines it more clearly.
Okay, any comment for Mike?
No comments. Thank you.
No comments.
None here, Caesar. No comments.
No, thank you.
You have anything else? Ed, did we cover everything?
Yes.
Han, did we cover everything? Mary Ann? You have anything else to add?
No, thank you very much. No, as long
Okay,
as everyone is fine with this approach, then we'll move forward and bring on the consultants and see you in a month.
Got a lot to do with the trees, so make sure.
Yes,
Whoever you bring
yes.
up, Susan, knows. Okay?
Yes,
Because you're taking a lot of trees out, you gotta have a tree planting plan too.
yes, I'm fully, yes, I'm aware.
And Doug, my Doug, it doesn't show a silk fence. I presume it's going to be a silk fence that's pretty steep slope.
I think you had an erosion control plan over that, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, again, this is
I don't think you had an erosion control.
Okay.
plan.
All right, we're done.
No,
okay.
public comment.
Sarah, anything in the public?
No one is raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay.
See, just so you know, also with the steep slopes, we recommended erosion control blanket, that'll help stabilize the slope.
I saw that comment, Doug, and I forwarded it to the engineers, so we'll work that out.
Okay, thanks a lot, Doug.
All right, have a
See you
good
next
evening. I hope you guys get home safely.
It's I can see the light flashing in the doors.
Yeah, from what I hear, it's pretty amazing down there. Have a good evening.
Been about three or four weather alerts on phones. Okay, I think the next is 39 Madison. Let me get the number here. 39 Madison Park, 2021-35.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Cardello, Cardello Architects. I'm here on behalf of the owners, Lisa and Rob Bittencourt, for 39 Matheson. I'm joined by a few members of my staff, Richard Quigley and his associate Amanda and Ubada from Hudson Engineers. I guess I'll start by asking a little procedural issue. Not 100% clear on what you want or how you want me to present this tonight. Obviously, we have a lot of material. We received a memo yesterday from Mr. Hahn and also the landscape architects with comments on the application, and we anticipate addressing those comments. And we can discuss those tonight, all of them, some of them, a few of them. I can give you a peek at the house and the property in our packet that we sent in. How would you like me to do this?
Let's start with the peak of the house.
Okay. So our application is we intend to raise an existing 1958 home that exists on this 3.85 acre parcel and build a new single family residence. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
It's a shingle style house. This is the front view. We're essentially taking a very similar posture or position of the current house, and I'll demonstrate to you graphically that way. For various reasons, it offers the best view corridor out to the Hudson. It stays away from the steep slopes, and there's some wetland buffer that we're trying to stay away from. The steep slopes keeps us within definition of story and building height. This is the back of a back illustration of the house. You'll notice that we have some covered terrace, pool and pool terrace that are included in the program itself. So the property, again, you can see my screen, correct?
Yes.
So you can see the property here. This is the wetland area down in this lower section. You'll see that in the topography. There's an existing pool and gazebo structure and terracing and a koi pond down here as well. And I'll show you that. These are all the view angles from the photographs. The solid hatching is the existing house, and the building, the detached structure in the east here, I'll call it, is a detached garage. I think some of the positives of this particular application is we're removing several nonconformities. The existing house is a 3-story house in a 2.5-story zone. Technically, this existing detached garage is over the setback. The pool itself is over the setback and sits right in the core of that wetland buffer. And we believe our new house conforms in most every respect. Here are some pictures. This is looking straight out the back of the existing house, and you can see the river there beyond. There's almost like a corridor view that's cut away there. And we're trying to capture that in the new house as well. The access is down a long driveway. This is the detached garage here on the right. And there's also a separate parking court as part of that we're removing. This is a view towards the east of the existing house, showing the property. The existing house sits up on a knoll here, and then you can see it slopes pretty severely down here towards the wetland. That's looking out the back of the house again. Looking from the driveway down towards that pool. And then out towards the river again. Any questions on the existing house?
Well, not so much on the house, but yeah, I guess the removal plan, like the pool, you're gonna remove it, restoration of that property down there.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Yeah, I think in a minute, we'll let Ubata talk about that and how we plan to remove that. You'll notice.
Plan.
I'm sorry?
That Doug is, as long as there's a plan that Doug is happy with. Go ahead.
This is a zoning data chart that I think covers or demonstrates both the existing and what we're proposing, and how we believe it's a conforming application and hope it's well received. This is an overall collage of the neighbors. So obviously this is our property here. There is this river watercourse that runs along this edge, this northern edge. We believe there's 3 properties that are in question, which is the 2 Fargo, 41C North Broadway, and 28 Matheson. And we have a view corridor that will show you from Broadway. This is a pretty high elevation. You'll see on the next sheet. The main road here is pretty high compared to our property. I should mention that the new house is, the ridge line of the new house is about 6 feet higher than the current house that's there.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned that, you know, that you're in the view protection district.
Correct. Correct. And the next sheet, I'm going to hopefully demonstrate.
Demonstrate the uphill houses to the east.
Yeah, this was intentional. This is from the GIS town map, obviously. But I marked and highlighted some of the spot elevations. So you can see up here at Broadway, these are rough ground elevations of 110 to 130. That's the house that's up the hill to the north of us, to the east of us, forgive me. 28 Matheson is about 114. 2 Fargo is really, I don't see how we would be in the way of their view corridor. If you see, they're looking out towards the river this way. And we're down at 96 in the driveway and 90 at that low corner of the building. These are some of the neighbors' properties. So this is 41C North Broadway. It's hard to tell, but if you look closely, that's the roof of our house. It's that really, really slight roof line you see there. I don't know if you could see that or not. Fargo is up here. You could see as compared to ours. So I think it faces in a different direction. 28 Matheson faces due west and is at a higher elevation, and this is pretty heavy screening here. So this is the entrance to 28 Matheson. You can see here their driveway. I think I'll just go to the next sheet, which will show you the view corridors. So basically, everything related to the number 5 is 2 Fargo. Everything related to 6 is 41C North Broadway, and everything related to 7 is 28 Matheson. So I'll start with I'll start with 2 Fargo, and you can see their view corridors we're number 1. You can see the view corridor, I believe, to be unaffected there. I'm showing you existing and proposed. You can see the difference is pretty slight. Here's a picture of our house that exists now, and 2 Fargo in the background here. These pictures were taken in the fall after the leaves fell. Our house here, 2 Fargo. This is pretty dark, but our house here in shadow in 2 Fargo. And this is, I think, looking up past the pool over to 2 Fargo. 41C, North Broadway. This is our building here. So they're the ones that I believe are most impacted, but they're at a much different elevation. They're up above us, and I did what I believe to be a requested wireframe profile of the existing building. Sorry about my dog. In the background is 41C. This is the pond that sits in front of 41C. And they're up at 122, we're down at 90. And this graphic shows the profile of the existing as compared to as to our proposal, which is the dashed line in the background. And you see 41C here up in the background. And this I showed you before, which is that red line indicates the roof line of the existing house.
Maybe helpful if you had a profile of the elevations. of Your house,
I have that.
just a line diagram.
Is this what you're asking for?
An elevation profile, a cut of elevations getting from east to west. A slice showing the elevations. It's hard to visualize 90 elevation 90 versus 120. Be nice to be able to see the difference in the profile. And you know what I'm talking
So a
about.
section to the site east to west?
Yeah.
Existing and proposed?
To the next parcel to the west.
East. From east to
This
west.
this is the front elevation of the house, so it's looking west.
Yeah, no, what he's looking for is a site cross-section to show the impact of the view through your parcel and the next parcel to the river.
Okay, I understand. We have not drawn that. We can provide that information for you.
All right, say it again.
I think he's looking for a section from the east to the west, so that you can see the elevation of what's to the east compared to the proposed.
You gave us numbers, but it'd be nice to see the numbers in a profile slice.
I think that's a reasonable. It's a reasonable request.
If I said it correctly and you understood it correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions on view corridors?
No.
This is our floor area ratio we conform to coverage. We're not asking for variances for coverage or FAR. This is just a graphic to show a couple things. One of the items listed, or three items that were listed, were in the report was indicating that no work happened within the 100-foot buffer from the wetland area, which is indicated down here. And then just today we heard mention that the water course, or the koi pond, the man-made pond here, which honestly I haven't even seen, but it's been described as a man-made pond for koi fish, also needs to be have a soil scientist go in and identify if there are any soils that would be considered wetland.
Can you tell us, do you know where the floodplain, like your floodplain is there?
Yes.
Because everything really from there, that's the closest to the disturbance. Yeah, the floodplain counts as the setback. So if that's closer than the wetland, then you don't have to even look at the wetland. We just would go right from the under floodplain.
Yeah, this amoeba shape here, this heavy line, is the 500-year floodplain line. This arc here is the 100-foot wetland buffer.
Okay, do you know where the 100-year floodplain is? It should be set back from that. That's closer to the site than the koi pond and the other wetlands.
Hi, Doug Albetta from Hudson here.
We could look at that, we could look at that offline and just get whatever, wherever that line should be and go from there.
So your base point will be, you don't need to do a soil sample because the koi pond is in the 100-year floodplain. The 100-year floodplain counts as a wetland. So we'll work with you offline with that. So from the 100-year flood line, you'll pull your buffer.
Okay, I understand.
So we'll work with you offline. There's no sense wasting the board's time with this.
Okay.
Doug, I don't recall. What about the tree report? Is that part of your?
Yeah. Yes.
Just pay attention to the tree report, which is part of Doug's, part of the engineering report. Doug Hahn made a comment, and normally at the end is the any trees or shrubs that need to be addressed.
I would say a lot of this stuff really comes off, set off that 100-year floodplain, and then, you know, the stormwater stuff off that.
Any plantings?
Yeah, that's part of Suzanne's comments, which are attached.
Yeah. Look for Susan Nolan's comments about plantings and tree protection. Make sure you address it.
Yes, Richard Quigley is on the call, and I'm sure he's happy to answer any questions you might have and walk you through his plan.
As long as it addresses anything that Susan Nolan said, we'd like to attempt to move along a little bit.
Okay, understood. So I'm
Your
happy
home,
to- I'm sorry?
Your home, and we have to go home yet.
I know. I feel awful for you guys, especially tonight. So like I mentioned earlier, I have a lot of material here. I'd love to answer any specific questions you might have. As I mentioned, Ubada's here, and he's more than happy to walk you through his stormwater prevention plan, steep slopes. We could talk about the trees.
Stormwater prevention, that would be engineering. You can do that with Doug. Are you cutting a lot of trees or any trees down as opposed of any construction? Any trees coming down?
You could see the grouping of trees here around the house, many of which have been determined to be in bad condition based on an arborist report. And I'll defer to Richard to discuss that.
Okay. They appear to be part of the construction. If the trees are not part of the construction, we wouldn't be involved with it. You have to go to the tree commission. But if it's part of the construction, we can take care of it. And obviously, along that driveway and the trees that are going to stay need to have tree protection. And I'm sure Susan Nolan will address all that.
Correct.
I'm sure you will address all that. There needs to be tree protection, and then especially the drip lines, the roots, wherever there's going to be construction material, construction, active construction, and down when you're restoration plan for where you're removing the pool. To see how that's going to look. Anything else, Mike?
No comments. Thank you.
Well, I thought that one of the things that they had to do was bring notice to the neighbors because.
That's in Doug's memo.
That's in Doug's
That's in
memo?
Doug's memo.
Okay.
Wasn't there something about incorrectly, some boilerplate notice about the DPW?
Yeah, the notice, your notice was wrong, so take a look at it and look at our code and do a new notice.
The third paragraph or something.
There was more than the third paragraph. You mentioned the third paragraph. There's a lot of mistakes in the notice. The other thing, it's not a problem, except you did not need to submit an environmental assessment form, so that does not need to be part of the application. Because there's no secret done on 1 and 2 family houses.
Did you hear what she said?
I didn't. We need an environmental analysis. Is that what I heard?
No, Is my mic not working?
You're too far
You gotta bring
away.
them up closer. It's just-
God, it's almost down my throat. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
No, Mike, let me.
Yeah, no,
She said you didn't need the short EAF that was.
You don't need an environmental assessment form. You submitted that. That's unnecessary.
Okay, thank
So-
you.
It's fine, it's in there, but you don't need to do that, so we're not gonna fight. So don't expect us to follow up on it. And the thing I was saying before about the notice is there's a bunch of mistakes in it. I think you must have taken a notice from some other place. Because it refers to a town, it refers to, you've got 45 days to, the whole notice was wrong. So do a new notice that complies with the notice requirements in our code.
If you have any questions on the comments, you can always contact me.
Yeah, no comments, thank you.
Nothing, thanks.
Doug, Ed, anything else?
We're good. The height, you talked about the height.
I did, 6 foot is, and that's why we wanted that slice of profile on the elevations.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, thank you very
Just
much.
want to make sure, when we look at the horizontal, when we look at a profile, we'll see, I don't know if you can see my hand. When we look at this profile, we're going to see the east houses, and we're going to show a sight line from the east house going down presumably over the top of the proposed house that you proposed. Presuming, it sounds like it will, but we need to be able to see that it does.
And I assume you're referring to probably specifically 41C North Broadway, correct?
Yes, specifically that, yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
what was the other, there's another one there, the one, the Matheson address.
Okay, yeah, the 28 Matheson. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, the 28 Matheson.
Yeah, that looks like you.
It's here.
That would be more looking to the north, to the northwest than strictly an east-west.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. We can do that. We'll cut 2 sections basically on center with our home in 41C. And we can cut through 28 Matheson and looking towards our house.
Anything else? We covered the mapping, and I guess there's permits needed, they'll have to do all that, the wetland, you understand, right? Talked about the tree protection. Tree removal, okay, we're done, you got anything else?
No, we have a long list to go through to reference both Mr. Hahn and Ms. Nolan's comments. So we'll work on that and come back and see you again.
Okay, thank you very much, it looks like a interesting project, and hopefully we'll see it through.
Thank you very much. Be safe.
Oh, anything on the public on this?
No, there was nobody raising their hand and there were no comments in the chat.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other alternative.
You really shouldn't be driving for the next half hour anyway, because of the weather alert says it's in effect from 10:30.
What is it, tornado alert? Or-
Yeah.
Yeah, there's horrible, really horrible. That's, and then I think so.
It'll say Phil.
But I'll keep.
Safe
So we'll keep going.
to hear that. We can check with the police department if there's any roads closed.
Yeah.
Okay, moving right along. Number 39 Fargo Lane, 2021-21.
Hi. John Malone, Ferguson Malone Architecture, representing the Leonards again. So thanks everyone for sticking out the tornado warnings. My family just texted me to tell me there's a tornado on the way, so I guess we should take that seriously. So I'm here today to go through the changes that were requested or the expansion of the submission as a question. We also have, the owner is here, Robert is Leonard here, if you have specific questions for him, and he may supplement my presentation. At the last meeting, the board requested that we expand the visual impact analysis with an additional option to show a simple second story put on top of the existing house on the existing footprint. We've done that. The board also asked for us to provide renderings of the proposed project as an infilled rendering rather than just an outline. So we've expanded the visual impact to include both of those. I believe the submitted material clarifies some of the positions that we've discussed in the earlier meetings, including, that it's not really possible based on what we've looked at in terms of view corridors and some of the other diagrams to build on this property with no visual impact. So I think, the additional information that we've added today will just sort of confirm that. It also, this option that you requested, which I think was a good thing to request, sort of clarifies that it really is related to the second story, adding the second story, even on the existing footprint. And that also you'll see that the proposed project has much less visual impact than a simple addition of a second story on the existing footprint would be. And I hope that, the additional submission that we did will make you will sort of help clarify why we believe that the option that's the proposed option right now is the best option to meet the basic programmatic and functional requirements of the owner, while also, causing the least impact on the eastern neighbors, on the neighbors to the east. Today, we've submitted many options, some of which we believe could meet the requirements of the owner's project program, but have, in those cases, have similar or greater visual impact than what we have proposed. Some options that we've been asked to study, we have determined are not feasible. Again, these options, of those options, we believe the current option is the most appropriate because it meets the program and also has the least visual impact. Certain options that have been suggested as alternatives, specifically rotating and pushing the mast of the house to the northern property line, did not take into account or properly balance the limitations of the lot or requirements of the owner's program with the house and the site. Again, the deficits of this approach are so great that both our office and the client have considered it not a feasible approach. In fact, at the last meeting, I believe the neighbor, Mr. Hernandez, who had suggested this option, had agreed that rotating the house in the way that we had shown it was probably not necessarily the right solution. At the board's request and related to this suggestion, we've provided a point-by-point response addressing Mr. Hernandez's letter from the last meeting. We can review those responses tonight if there are any questions, or if you would like us to expand on any of the responses that we had to that letter. The board also asked us to clarify what we mean by feasibility. We've provided an explanation, and again, we can go through that explanation when we use the term feasible, what we mean by that and how that differs from the concept of possible. Anything is potentially possible. Feasible has a different meaning. In general, tonight, we would like to focus on what we understand to be the feasible options, and not options that either take view preservation as the only criteria, excluding everything else, or options that give view preservation criteria the highest priority, with sort of ignoring the impacts that it has on site and the building and other things. My client had used the term with me of shiny objects. We were hoping to avoid these shiny objects in the sense of like imagined solutions that are not, really feasible, like something that we haven't addressed yet, where the mass of the building is split to the left and to the right, and there's view corridors down the center. I think we've done enough options that we've done examples of moving the mass to the south. We've done examples of moving mass to the north And we've had discussions that sort of talk about what the issues are with all of those. I think with our submission, we are focusing on the option that meets the program and the site limitations while being sympathetic to the neighbors on Meadowbrook by working to limit the visual impact of the partial winter views that they have. So to summarize what we've done to date, the house is located on the lowest portion of the lot. So the initial plan that we had described moved the house further into the center of the lot away from Fargo. And by having it up the hill, we determined before our submission to the board that that would not meet the visual impact limiting law, the view impact law. So, our initial design, that was our initial present, it was already a reduction of impact, and we had already taken that, as a best practice coming in. The house further up the lot with more of a front yard and a higher elevation is preferable for a lot of reasons, especially drainage, but also in terms of giving the house a kind of presence back from the front yard. That was our initial preferred option. Also, of the house that is proposed, we have lowered the height of that house, and the house that's currently proposed is 7 feet or 20% below the height limitation for the village currently, according to zoning criteria. And also the house and the whole proposal meets setback requirements, zoning height requirements, volume requirements, and pervious surface coverage requirements. In addition to lowering the height of the house, the proposal that's in front of you right now also has grading that lowers the base of the house. So the base of the house is being taken 2 feet down from the height of the existing house that's there now. So we both lowered the height, and that height is 7 feet below, and that is also, the bottom of that house has also been dropped 2 feet. And that adds a lot of drainage challenges and site challenges to the process, but we did that in order to try to further limit view impacts. And you'll see in Doug Hahn's comments that there was a comment about the draining challenges associated with that grade that we're showing, even though we do think it's feasible at this point. Also, just something that I don't think we've touched on, the garage volume is a lowered volume 2 feet down from that. I actually think it's 3 feet down from the existing house. So that lowers the height of that roof, which affects the view from the northernmost property to the east and provides a little bit of access to view there. Also, the roof form for the house is a combination of low slope and flat roofs. So there are low slope roofs on the classical portion of the house with a flat roof in the center to limit if the roofs continued up to their ridge, it would add 3 to 4 feet to the overall height of the house. If the roofs were a more steeper slope than what they're showing, that could also add to the house. And then the flat roof approach has allowed us to make a classical shaped house while still limiting its overall height. Also, just to clarify, the attic space that's left in the house is really sufficient only for ductwork and mechanical, and which will allow us to serve the second floor. It isn't a storage attic and doesn't house other functions up there. And then finally, as we discussed last meeting, we've pushed forward the civil detailing and the landscaping, and we're prepared to review that today along with whatever else you guys would like us to review. So that's just a preamble, and I think you guys can let me know of that, what I described, where you'd like to start. I'm thinking in the order that we just described, you may want to start with the visual impact, but let me know if you want to do the engineering first or whatever you'd like.
Well, you mentioned you'd like to concentrate on the feasible and go to the alphabet proposals. Proposal E, you mentioned, is feasible. However, when one tries to compare option E to the proposed or option 2, like option 2 and proposed are the same. You can't do it because they're not on the same page. Now, I attempted to put one option 2 on my phone and option E on the computer, and I was trying to compare them, and it looks like E may have less visual impact than the proposed, but it's impossible to see. We'd like to see if you could, on a single page, present E and the proposed from the three places in pencil and in blocked out. You know how you presented option C and the proposed with the blocked out, colored in? That's, you can present it in the pencil and blocked out, comparing E and the proposed on the same page.
Okay, I mean, option E, I think the reason for, right, I think the reason that we had shied away from option E is that it clearly has a greater impact on the Hernandez view to the south. And this is the rotated one where we move the mass of the building. We move the mass of the building to the south. And I think it does have some benefit for the property to the property to the north, which is shown here, Caesar, like this line here. Like there is some benefit there because the green line is lower, and also potentially for the Croup property, which is all the way to the north, there is some benefit, but the impact on the views to the Hernandez property to the south were quite significant compared to the proposed project. So we did think that could be a feasible solution. I think, you know, the way that we were sort of quantifying the Hernandez and the view impacts in general were about length of the overall view impact. And you can see, you know, where we are, the impacts of our proposed is kind of where this blue line is, and we can cycle back between that. So adding this massive green in this area has sort of a significant impact. Right?
You're on that diagram.
Yeah, John, I actually came to the same conclusion that Caesar did. I couldn't quite tell, but it seemed clearly he was better for 17 Meadowbrook and what's the third one, 15 Meadowbrook.
Right.
It was a little unclear what the difference was for 19 Meadowbrook. That's why if you put it on one sheet or you know, next to each other on the same page, it might be a little bit easier to tell. And also, it's really the lines, the block drawings that you did this time were really, I thought, more revealing. I was surprised by how much more revealing they were than the line drawings. Actually, I thought actually showed that there was less of a pick on view. So if you did that for E and the proposed, I had the same reaction that Caesar did.
So I think it was just right now. Oh, go ahead, Caesar.
When we're talking about blocked out, when you did the comparison between option C and the proposed, filling in the space in between the pencil lines, it was very obvious. Now we're asking to do the same with option E. Filling in.
And I'm saying, I'm trying to understand that this is showing our proposed option as a rendered building, right? Is this what you're talking, just to confirm, Caesar, this is what you're talking about? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So just quickly on the issue of the feasibility of you know, option E, the rotated to the option E. If we looked at the impact that it has on the Hernandez, and again, I was hoping to not, you know, if there's going to be tremendous amount of resistance from that property owner, what we can show here is this tree, right, will be in both of the, you know, in both images. So just so for people's knowledge, if they're looking at it right now here, this is about a measure that you could do to see what the difference is between our proposed and where the green one is. So if I toggle between those two, if we go back to the original proposed.
You're going to need to do it, so try not to go to sleep.
Okay, on the same sheet, but this is sort of a similar condition, right? Where you see the alignment is related to that tree, and the green one extends much
I would
further
like
out.
to see it on the same page.
Okay.
Now, if
So
you go
part
to-
of the reasons these are split on various sheets is because I think there's about 9 different options. So putting all of those lines on a single page is not legible. It becomes impossible to
You're
understand.
right.
So,
And the only
right.
one that you said is feasible is E, so we'd like to see E. Now,
Okay.
if you go to the comparison you did with the filled in line, it was proposed versus the option C. You did a nice presentation of the outline, the lines filled in. I don't know where it is out there, but it's in there. When you compared C and the proposed,
Correct.
but with the lines filled in,
Right.
is someplace in the proposal where
Right.
C
So,
proposed were filled in gray. That's not it.
I'm not sure that we filled lines in gray because they overlap, so you couldn't do it in this. What we've done in here is we've shown the proposed as the rendered, and then the alternates as the feasible alternates as lines. So we can add option E to this and show the impact.
I want to see 20 lines. I want to see option E and the proposed.
Okay.
John, compare option E and option
I don't know
two.
what language I'm speaking. I want to see on the same page, option E and the proposed.
Okay.
Just those two.
Right, so this will be the proposed. We can add the outline for option E to this, and we can eliminate other
I want to
options.
see
and do
20 lines. I just want to see the lines of
Right.
E and the proposed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something we can show you. In terms, while we're on this section, this expanded section of the visual impact shows the existing residence with a second story on it. It shows the initial uphill option, which was option D. It shows the original submission and then the reduced height. So from each of the vantage points, what you're seeing is this is without the proposed rendered. This is with the proposed rendered. So you can see that this is the visual impact from this vantage point of simply putting a second story on the existing house. The blue line here is the impact of what our original proposed was in this site. And then the green is the uphill option where we had originally designed the house before we submitted it. So this is sort of the steps of where the house had started at the green. We submitted it at the blue, and this is the current condition of the house. And you can see how that approach at each of the levels, right? So the red line here shows what a second story on the existing footprint would look like. You can see that it would have a greater visual impact than what's there right now. The blue line up here shows the original height of the proposed, and this shows the reduction in the height. And the green shows the uphill model, which would have greater visual impact from this vantage. And then the same for the northernmost vantage point, where the red, which is a simple second story on the existing house, and the green shows the uphill option, which would still have provided some view. The blue shows the originally submitted, which has a better condition at Hernandez, but it loses a little bit of view here. And then you can see how much farther down the proposed is relative to the blue. So that's the progress that we've made with the planning board's help over the last few meetings. So if the planning board is requesting that we update, to clarify this, to just add option E, which was indicated as feasible to this, we can certainly do that. One of the requests quickly from the last meeting was to,
Hold on, John. You said add it to that. I don't want to add it to the 5 lines.
I understand, Caesar. It would just be a single image, just comparing those two conditions. Right, not with all the other stuff gone. Is that correct?
John, one picture on the top and one on the bottom, on the same page. But on the top would be the proposed, on the bottom would be option.
You could do it that way.
right?
Or you can put the pencils overlays on one page, on one picture.
And you would do that for each of the three neighbors, 17, 15, 19 Meadowbrook.
Okay. I think we understand and we can use the, okay, I think we understand that and we can give you that as just it's the focus of those images would be to compare the proposal against option E, which we can do.
Exactly.
Right.
I think if you were able to show, I think the overlay, if there's some level of translucency, you'd be able to see the overlap.
I think you ought to do both.
Yeah.
I think you ought to do both, John.
Yeah, do two pictures and then side by side and one picture with both pencils on one picture.
Okay.
You got that?
I think I do. Okay. Okay, and then, I mean, I think I've sort of described what else we were asked to do on the visual impact. We can expand that. Is there any, in terms of what we were discussing before, is there, would you like to go to anything else next of what we asked you to do? Or what you asked us to do?
What, Mike? Go ahead.
I mean, I can jump into, there were some questions about tree removal and questions.
If you were
about,
listening earlier.
Right.
We're not approving trees to be removed that are not associated with construction.
Okay, so that's what I would clarify. I think Suzanne had 3 trees that we're showing to be removed, which is tree 23, tree 25, and tree 27. So none of those removals are related to view. They're related to some grading that we're showing up in this area, and the trees that are being removed are below the caliper of a controlled tree. So just quickly, just to let people know what those trees are. The first tree is a dogwood that is this size with a caliper of about 2.5 inches. Given that we're grading in this area, you could make an effort to save that tree, but it would probably be better to plant a new 2.5-inch caliper tree and rather than put this tree under stress for no reason for that kind of height. The other tree that we're showing to be removed again is under caliper at 4 inches, and it's a Norway spruce that is affected by grading and also has the potential to grow very high. I think it's the reason for the planting is unclear, but I think again, if we wanted this tree for habitat or a replacement, first of all, it's not controlled, so I don't think it's something that we need to consider as part of planning board, but we can clarify that. And then the last tree is this redbud here, which has a caliper of about 1/2 inch that ended up on our survey, but it's not a controlled tree. So none of those 3 trees that were identified are related to opening up views. They are related to simply the pool work and the grading associated with that construction.
Well, the 2 trees with the yellow markers on it, what does that mean?
Those trees are actually shown to be removed, and they're related to the grading associated with the pool.
So you just finished saying that there's only those 3 trees, and now you just added the tree with the yellow marking to the.
No, Caesar, I'm saying that the 3 trees that Suzanne identified as being removed that were not related to construction are tree 23, 25, and 27. Those 2 trees that you just pointed to, the other are these. She's not questioning the appropriateness of removing those trees because those are related to the pool construction. So these were the 3 trees that she's indicated that she's questioning why they are being removed. So those were the 3 that I addressed.
What about the 2 trees to the right there?
Those are also in the footprint of the pool.
Anybody have any questions?
So, John, I want to go back to something. My understanding is option 2 has the garage on, for lack of a better word, on the northern side of the property.
Correct.
And does option E also have the garage in the northern side of the property?
No, it switches it to the southern side of the property.
Well, option E switches it to the southern, right?
Right.
And is it possible to, and because of the lower roof line on the garage, that may have some improvement on the sight line from 19 and or 17, Melbourne?
I don't think it will, because again, the impact of, let me just find it quickly. The impact of option, is this option E? Yeah. The impact of option E, I think there'll still be impacts that won't be affected by the garage. I think the view impact is going to be higher than what we've shown. You know, the problem with us, right, when we check the feasibility of option E, the option E is lowered, but I don't believe the grading has been worked out. So we would have to work out the grading. If we were serious about pursuing option E, we would have to really work out the grading and try to figure out what all the impacts are associated with that, with flipping the driveway to the other side. One of the benefits of having the driveway on the north side, Mike, is that just to go to the map quickly. Where is it? Where's the existing? Is that the grade moves down to that side. So the grade is lower on this garage side. So putting the garage on the other side means that the garage level would have to be higher. I'm not sure you could get that 2-foot drop here, the way you see these contour lines allow, if the garage entrance is on that side, to allow for that contour change. So that's why I don't think you're getting much benefit from that switch. The other thing that, that option E brings up is, pushing more of the building mass to this side. Again, it potentially provides more block to the Hernandez property, but then also potentially puts more pressure on this property to the south.
We recognize that possibility.
Yeah. Okay. So we've covered the tree issues. It sounds like you want us to do more analysis. I know that we want to continue to move forward with the option that we think is the right option. I think we're going to most likely continue to pick those up because we're far enough through that design. We've done calculations for the stormwater and have moved that forward. One of the things I did want to review today is we did update the planting plan, and we have shown perimeter planting. We have shown certain trees that are evergreen, and I think Suzanne questioned whether we had indicated that they would be pruned to a max. She wanted us to look at whether there were evergreen alternatives for those that would have a maximum height of around 10 feet and wouldn't potentially threaten growing taller than that. So we can look at that. But the other thing that we want to offer is, we're willing to, review the locations of everything that we're shown here with the neighbors along that line. So we would make that request for them. I think in general, the comments that we got from Suzanne were limited to the concern that the new plantings might have tree impacts. So we can review those plantings. We can look for smaller species and we can review those plantings with the neighbors. The other thing she brought up was that she was concerned that the buffer for the pool was not sufficient. We think it is, but I think her interpretation is that maybe there needs to be more planting along this area to have that, to make that work. I guess the alternative would be to do a solid fence along that line. So those conditions we can, review with the neighbors directly, unless the board has any questions about what's been shown on the planting or any other concerns other than what Suzanne brought up.
The only concern is that you don't want a line of trees that look like a green wall instead of a.
Right. So the plantings that's shown are a combination of evergreens and semi-evergreen shrubs. So I don't think anything that we're indicating is like a consistent, row of green arborvitaes or a consistent row of the same tree. It's a more natural approach, and it's includes deciduous and deciduous evergreen material. So for us, it's more like we just want to make sure that we've located evergreen material in a way that provides privacy for the neighbors who have requested more privacy, especially in this area here in the corner for croup, and and don't put something in that would reduce their view, but would allow privacy between both our client and the neighbors.
There were 3 recent letters, Hernandez, Trump, and McLaughlin. I think your opening remarks may have covered the attic issue and other issues.
Okay.
And it's 20 to 11. I think I'll ask if there any public comment. Those I can hear outside of sirens. I hope everybody is safe at home. We're safe here. Sarah, any public comment?
The homeowner would like to speak, and there is also one neighbor that has their hand raised.
Let's do the neighbor first.
2 neighbors.
2 neighbors.
Hernandez?
Alex, if
Oh,
you're-
sorry,
you're
sorry,
talking-
Alex Hernandez, 19 Middlebrook Road. I didn't know that I was tapped to speak. Very sorry you folks are stuck there tonight. But this is obviously important to me and my family. When I look at this, just what's up on the screen right now, and I see the 2.5-story home that's supposedly the least possible impact. I just look at the front corner of the home and how it's cutting my view, and I really don't see any reason why the scaling of that couldn't be relocated to the western portion of the patio in the back, basically that dimension, and in so doing, not cause any additional impact to my neighbors, really not modify, much about the deal, about the project, except for the envelope. Now, when I read, the rebuttals from the architect and the neighbor to my letter from last month, they kind of confirm exactly what the letter was suggesting, which is that, there's a lot of other ways for this house to be oriented. There's, little things that can be changed that, do wonders for us, but they just don't like them that much. And if you read, the letter that I sent just the other day, if the view preservation overlay codes standard, as I read it, to be applied was that, as long as the applicant likes it, then it applies. If not, then, there's this like feasible, practical, reasonable concept. And it doesn't say that anywhere, whereas it does say that in other portions of the code. And now, if the code had said that, we wouldn't be having these proceedings, but we wouldn't have paid a premium for our home because it would have been clear, that, if an applicant didn't like the resultant structure, that they could do whatever they want, ultimately resulting in a loss of our view and essentially rendering the code moot. But, the code doesn't say any of those things. It's very, very clear. It says possible in the language. And now, the applicant's essentially asking the board to rewrite the code here and kind of force a reasonable, practical, feasible standard into this provision of the code where it doesn't really exist. And as I sit here, I'm going to be brief. It's a very slippery slope, and the code is here for a good reason. And I believe the decision as it relates to this is sort of black and white. It's not the least possible obstruction of our views. And it's not my place to tell the applicant, to build option C, which is the one along the northern lot line, or really any variation of that, rotated or not rotated. I don't really care what he wants to build. I'm just really concerned about the least possible obstruction in my view. And because what we're talking about here in option 2 is not the best siting dimensions configuration of principal and accessory structure, so as to cause the least possible obstruction to the view of the Hudson River for the neighboring properties and adjacent public property and rights of way, I just don't see how we are continuing to advance, this particular proposal. And with that, I'll just, I'll leave it there and, thank everybody for their consideration. And I don't want to take too much time.
Mary Ann, you want to give an interpretation of the code? Or does he seem to? Okay. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, thank you very much. I think the ultimate is that everybody is going to have to give them. So we'll see how this works out. We're not finished. We're attempting to address all the issues. And, sensitive to all the issues. Sarah?
Okay, the next neighbor is Kevin McLaughlin.
Okay.
Kevin, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Hello? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll speak very briefly because we're having some flooding going on in our house right now, but I agree with Alex, our neighbor. I've tried to be very short in my comments in the past. I keep on harping on the statement of least possible obstruction of views, and I keep on stating that, because I know we've talked about the size, you're allowed to have the size of the house, and that's fine, but I think we want to get down to that it is obstructing our total view. Any one of these views that you look at. So that's my one point. Just walking around the neighborhood the other day, 90 Fargo is being redone right now. And it's an example of another style of house that can have different tiers and again, can have more views. So if there's any openness, I think that the applicant is pretty dead set on what he wants to do and there's no flexibility. Third, and the most challenging and very disturbing thing that happened to both Alex Hernandez and me in the last two live meetings is that Robert came up to both of us at the end of the meeting and offered to walk away. And if we could give him $2 million, that he would walk away from the whole project. And that concerns me that do you have someone that's long for the neighborhood, or are they looking to build a big house and then sell it and flip it? So those are the things I wanted to get off my chest. And then last of all, and this was not on your board's watch, but we've been talking to a lot of different people, and we understand someone on Half Moon Lane had an instance where an applicant had to reduce the chimney size by 4 inches in order to preserve another neighbor's riverview. So I ask if you'd be open to that also. I'll end with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
The next person, next neighbor is Stephen Krupp.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Stephen Krupp, thank you for letting me speak. I hope you all read my last letter that I submitted. I'll also be very brief, because I think Alex has actually expressed a lot of what I wanted to say very clearly. I feel as he expressed that the view preservation overlay, if it has any purpose at all, it's this to apply to this kind of situation. Otherwise, I don't see what its purpose is. And I think that, as both he and Kevin have said, it's verbiage of the least possible obstruction of view is kind of completely ignored by the current proposal by the Leonards. I was almost embarrassed in my letter to suggest an architectural design, since I'm not an architect, but it just seems so obvious to me that, to redesign the house in a different fashion, leaving a single story in an expanse in the middle and allowing 2 stories in other areas of the structure that don't obscure the view. It was just such an obvious thing, but no one is addressing that. People seem to be ignoring the idea that the house could be redesigned in a different shape and configuration to preserve, again, view preservation, a significant amount of our views. And the last thing I would say, and again, no one seems to be addressing it, and it's unclear to me what the ceiling heights currently are in the design. Obviously, height is the critical issue in preserving our views. And last meeting, Mr. Malone was asked what the heights were. He said he didn't remember. And he kind of addressed the idea of my not wanting to have a high attic. He kind of addressed the idea of, again, I'm not sure if it's correct that the building couldn't be lowered any further by excavation or moving further towards Fargo. This is assuming that option 2 or his current desired option is being used. But, it's obvious to me that if the ceiling heights are, reasonable and not unreasonably grand in height, that will further lower the height of the building. And I'm still unclear to me from anything Mr. Malone has said what the current ceiling heights are. So I'd like to clarify that. And, again, I think, kind of respectful with regard to view preservation. And, I appreciate that the process isn't over and that hopefully we can come to some kind of better solution. Thank you. But I would appreciate someone telling me what the ceiling heights are.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, John, are you there? John?
I am here. Sorry, Caesar, I was muted.
Didn't you lower the ceiling heights?
Yes, so the ceiling height on the second level is 8'6", and the ceiling height on the first level is 9 feet.
That uniform every room?
The ceiling heights in the bedrooms, the master bedroom might be higher because we can cathedral a portion of it. Basically, it would have sloped ceilings in the corner, and we would probably just try to get any equipment out of there and just have ductwork. So we might be able to get the ceilings in the master bedroom up to 9 or 9'6". It wouldn't be a typical ceiling. You would have to, move the ceiling joist up into the slope part of the ceiling. So, you'd have to have sloped sides to the room in order to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah?
The homeowner would like to speak.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
That's great. Again, thank you guys so much for being there and for staying late. It is, very important, not only to me and my family, but obviously to the rest of the folks in the area. So appreciate it very much. I was hoping that we could spend most of the evening on our project, talking about, option 2 and our work with the construction folks and the conditions outside, and not going down what I would call, kind of the rabbit hole of how do we move it, how do we shift it here or there. I think the diagrams that John provided last time show that no matter what you do, the center of the property is what people are seeing. They're seeing it right over the current ridge line of the one-story house. So there's no way to move the house. People keep wanting it. They want different options. They want anything that's possible. We could build things that are possible. We could build a 10-foot wide, 100-foot long house that would somehow snake in and out so that it wouldn't block people's views. I don't think anyone wants that. We wouldn't be able to build that or live in something like that. I have been and continue to be sympathetic to the neighbors on Meadowbrook. And again, they have, partial winter views. Maybe Mr. McLaughlin has some view now, but that's what they have. I can't build a house other than in the lowest part, which is what we're doing. And I hope that you understand that the view preservation rule doesn't say that your views can't be blocked, and it doesn't say that you have your views forever. And I think that the neighbors there, when they bought their houses, could see that they got to choose the style of house they wanted and were able to move into it, which were, again, all 2-story houses. Our house is the only house in that whole area that's not a 2-story house. We too reviewed the view preservation rules before we bought the property, and got comfortable that we'd be able to build a house, and we were, again, wanting to build it further up the property and have it be higher. But we also didn't want to go through months and months of discussion because we want to get our kids into school and move into Irvington. Unfortunately, at this point, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get my 4-year-old, soon to be 5, into kindergarten next year in Irvington, which is disappointing. But we would like to be in a position where we can, break ground and start sometime it may not be before winter's over. But really, there's a limited universe of what you can do with the house. And I think option 2 really provides for the best keep of it. To address a couple other things, Kevin's comment about the $2 million to me is disturbing. I would hope that both him and Alex understood I was joking, saying, like, you guys could have bought the property if you're so concerned about your winter views. I bought it because I want to live in Irvington with my family for the rest of my life. I want my kids to grow up there and go to school. So we didn't, then go forward with our plans further up the hill because we were hoping to do this and hoping that everyone would be reasonable in recognizing that we were pushing the house down as far as we could and reducing the height of it. And then we pushed it down further. So there's not much more we can do with that. There's not much more. There's nothing else that we can do. Quickly on option E. Option E would require, I believe, 2 of the large trees that are on the road to be taken down, which are probably the largest trees on our property. They're all both in good condition. I also don't think that house, I don't think anyone would want to live in a house that would be designed that way. So I'm not really in favor of that. John will prepare the diagrams for you, but I think we've done a significant amount of work to build a record to show that we're building it in a place that it can be built and reduce down everything that we could reduce down. In terms of privacy, I know that Mr. Krupp has brought it up a number of times. you know, first I'll just say, it's really sad to me that, you know, we're looking to move here and we have 3 neighbors who are fighting us where we can't build it anywhere else than where we're building it. Mr. Krupp will have his privacy. He wants privacy, but he also wants to be able to see the river. We don't want him seeing into our house. So we'll work with him if he'll work with us and with Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Hernandez, you know, to work on the trees, bushes, plantings that we'll put back there so they'll have the privacy, because we want the privacy. I have 2 young kids. I don't really feel like having them, you know, be exposed to people just staring down at what they're doing when they're running around and having fun. But I did say at the last meeting, and I believe I said it more than once, that, you know, we were going to move forward with submitting option 2 and hiring and doing the site work. And I did not hear an objection from the board or from anyone who was visiting. So we did do that. And again, John received some comments, and, you know, we're hoping that we can, you know, at the next meeting, get very close to a decision, because again, we need to have a decision in this so that we can decide, obviously to break ground. But if for some reason we end up with a decision that's not positive, we'll need to do something. Again, I need to get my family ultimately on a course where we can live in a house and be part of the neighborhood. And that's really what we want to do. And siting the house where it's sited is really the only place. We should be talking about, can you shave an edge here or there, not turning the house sideways, turning it reverse, you know, having 7-foot ceilings or something. That just doesn't work. So again, I apologize for talking for so long. I wish everybody a safe and easy journey home, and look forward to hopefully bringing this closer to conclusion when we meet next month. And hopefully we can all think about not continuing to regurgitate a lot of the same things and going down into the rabbit hole. There's nowhere else to site the house. Think about it. You know, look at the neighborhood. The house is not going to be a Frankenstein type house. You don't want it. You wouldn't build it or live in it, nor would I, nor does anyone in the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah, is there anything else up there? Any comments from the board?
No comments.
No comments.
Okay, we're done with 39. We have to leave at 11 o'clock. I still have one more to do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you for your patience.
Good night, guys.
50 Half Moon, which is 2021-20. Still with us. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yes, waiting for my team here. Mr. William Knoll will be presenting, and then, oh, there they all are. And Adam Tybert from Inside will also be presenting.
Whoever's here representing the application is presenting, please hit the raise hand button.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Good evening. Has Bill Knoll been allowed into the meeting?
Yes.
Good evening. I apologize for having somehow bounced out. I was listening, but wasn't on anyway. thank you very much for continuing the meeting. I know that with the storm outside, we're gonna respect time and try and just walk through what we presented in response to the last time that we were here. My name is William Null. I'm a partner with the firm of Cuddy and Fader, and I'm here with Tazos Kokoris, who's the architect, and Adam Thyberg, the engineer with Insight Engineering. On August 18th, we submitted revised drawings and a letter and other documentation showing significant changes to the site in response to the request for us to save the American basswood tree. We relocated the driveway, we reduced the size of the swimming pool, and we added a small walkway to the front door. We also changed the landscaping plans, and I know that they're going to be discussed in detail. But the important issue also is that we compared what would occur if we simply added a second story to the single story house that's here. And it ends up in the comparison that Tazos Kokoris will show you, that the house on a second story on the existing house, even with modest height floor to floor, would end up being taller by a foot at least over the proposed house that we're suggesting be relocated. With that, I think I'm just going to turn it over to Kokoris and Adam Thyberg, so that Tazos Kokoris and Adam Thyberg, so that they can walk you through it, and so that I don't take more of your time. I'll be here to answer questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I could just quickly kind of go through the updates to the site plan from the last time we were here. Bill kind of touched on the highlights. As Bill mentioned, we moved the driveway to the north in order to preserve the 40-inch American basswood in the southeast corner. We've also bulked up the plans with more notes and details with regard to tree protection. We've shown our critical root zone. We've added notes and details indicating how that tree protection is to be installed, and the work that will need to be done within the critical root zone, how that's to be done, and that's all by as prescribed by the applicant's arborist Aaron Schmidt. We did receive a comment from Suzanne Nolan requesting that we look at the opportunities to move the driveway to the north, potentially save one more of those pine trees that are in that area, and we'll certainly take a look at that.
You're talking about the 22-inch eastern white pine.
Yeah.
Which is in good condition.
Right. So we'll definitely take a look at that and see if that's going to be feasible. Obviously, we got the memo yesterday, so we haven't had a chance to dig into that yet, but that's something that we'll certainly look at.
Yeah, we're a little bit concerned with taking down all the trees in the front, eliminating the natural look that's there. So
yeah,
give that a real hard look. There's also the Japanese maple 14-inch. I don't know where that is. So you look at Susan Nolan's report, there's a 14-inch Japanese maple.
Mm-hmm.
Probably in the front.
Right. Yeah, we'll certainly take a look at that. And with regard to the kind of varied and natural nature of the planting that the board and Suzanne were describing and kind of looking at, we did make modifications to the planting along the frontage to mix in additional deciduous flowering trees to create some more variation while still providing a screening that would be lower than what the very large white pines are doing now. Again, these plantings only getting up to between 20 and 30 feet. Additionally, just other changes quickly, and then I'll turn it over to Tassos. We provided a lighting plan, and we also updated, obviously, our stormwater design for the updated plan.
Arrival time on this route is similar to South Broadway, Irvington, Broadway.
Yeah, we've been getting alerts all night on our cell phones.
No problem. So that's, yep. So
we have, we have dark sky compliance rules.
Yep, we are certainly going to be compliant with that. We've got canopy lights, we've got full cutoff landscape lights, and full cutoff building mounted lights, and I can show you the lighting plan.
But to cut to the chase, last time we discussed, showed, views from the photos, and you showed the proposed line.
Yep.
The latest proposal number 3.
Yep, so I'll turn it over to
And,
Tacitus.
Yes.
We had asked in those photos to include where the line would have been if you stayed with proposal number 1, and where the line would have been if you stayed with proposal number 2. What you did, you showed us your latest proposal, but you didn't on the same picture show the 2 previous proposals. We had asked for that to be seen so that we as a board can show that here's the least possible obstruction, because we've eliminated 1 and we eliminated 2, and now we're at number 3. And I unless I missed it, I asked some of our other members here to look, and I didn't see that information in the revised submittal.
Mr. Chairman, the 3 lines that I put on the overlays of the photographs, and I'm going to share my screen, if you don't mind.
I was talking about the actual photographs from the various rooms. And we'll use the example of the photograph with the child in the room. I'm sure we all remember that one. And we asked that you had the line of the current proposal, but there was no line there of the 2 previous, and we had to ask for that to be penciled in.
The 2 previous proposals were within about a foot or so of the current, Mr. Chairman.
We asked for the lines shown on the photo.
On the same photo that you saw with the child.
Yeah, that photo and the other photos that you had, yes.
Yes, the photos that I'm showing here are the ones that were received from the neighbors, because they were presented to the board as examples of the view that they would be missing, which is why I chose those photographs. I don't want to take up too much of your time. You've already spent quite a bit of time on this. So if you don't mind, I'll just run through them quickly, and unless you have any objections.
What, no, you don't show where you show what your current proposal is here. You don't show what your prior proposals are.
That is true. I am showing.
Excuse me, we asked very specifically to show the prior proposals compared to the current, because we wanted to be able to show a record that we're moving in the direction of least obstruction. And the only way to do that is to show proposal number 1, the improvement in proposal number 2, and the improvement with the current proposal. And you didn't do that. At least I couldn't find it that you did it.
We will do that
and
and submit that for next meeting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that was my misunderstanding. And I was mostly focusing on the existing outline, the existing with the story, and then the current proposal. But we will resubmit showing a 4th line there, showing the previous proposal that we have put together.
I specifically recall myself saying it, and Michael Smith also reiterated the same idea.
Mr. Chairman, you want us to show 3 proposals on several of these photographs: the initial proposal, the last proposal before this, and the current proposal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can do
So
that.
that we've gone from what was initially proposed to something that is less obstruction because of various things that you did, lowered the building, lowered the ceiling, or whatever you did to lower the profile of the building. We'd like to have a record that took place.
I understand. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. We'll present that with the next batch of drawings.
And the other thing is to make sure that the trees are straightened out. And to just feel that, it should be made to keep at least that 20th Street because it's natural, it's healthy, and there's no reason to take it down. try to save it and
We will.
maintain. Even
Understood.
though you're gonna do a wonderful planting plan, we're not asking much.
What we were trying to do, Mr. Chairman, was to open the longer views for the neighbors.
Yeah, planting plan is very nice, but to take a healthy tree down that doesn't need it, and it's a very natural look.
I think I'm losing audio.
Yeah,
it's become very hard to hear.
We're actually asking you to not do something, so not like it's gonna.
So, Mr. Mel,
we understand you're asking us to save the 22-inch white pine and also the basswood tree and to look at the Japanese maple also, and we'll do that. We'll respond to the comments from your landscape architect.
because we're not interested in taking down trees in order to improve someone's view. As long as when the tree is healthy.
Understood.
Is there anything else pertinent to the next meeting?
No comment.
Doug, anything, we got the drainage, all the other details. I have pool equipment and screening, did that ever get straightened out?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we had hesitated to design a swimming pool and would prefer to have that as a condition of permitting. We're showing the outline of where the pool will be located and its dimensions horizontally, rather than trying to design the depth of the entire pool. The pool equipment is going to be inside the basement area, and we'd indicated that on the plans, but we'd prefer not to undertake designing the swimming pool at this point if possible.
You just need to address the items and comment on some vertical elevation and things like that. It's not, if you have any questions, you can call me.
Okay, thank you.
Go over the.
I don't think the pool design is a make or break on this project.
Thank you.
Sarah, anything in the public?
Yes, we have a neighbor, Juliet Provenzano.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Hello? Hi, how are you? I am Juliet Provenzano Gober. My husband and our 3 children live at 45 Half Moon Lane. So just in looking, and listening and looking, I know the importance of showing for record that the new drawing, the current proposed model versus the old ones, that there's a difference. But overall, if you look, the view is gone for us. So even if the old view shows the old proposed model versus this proposed model shows a significant change, we have lost our view, the view that we, bought this house for, and does mean a lot to us. So I just really want to make sure that, just like Fargo Lane, view preservation was something we were aware of when we bought the house, something we felt comforted by when we bought the house, and we are losing our view. And I know that you said longitudinally or that it's been shifted. That will not affect our view in any way. The current proposed does take away our view.
We'll take another look at it.
What was your house number?
I'm 45 Half Moon Lane.
We'll probably do a site visit sometime before this is approved, so we'll take a look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah?
There is nobody else raising their hand, and there are no comments in the chat.
Anything else from the board?
No comments.
Ed?
No comment.
I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very
All right,
much.
thank
Safe
you.
travels home. We appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time and effort.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right now. Sarah, did you turn this off?